Hello, hello, hello. I believe we are just about ready to get started here. Hello. We see Master Renio, Cosby, mine, Poconaldo all here already. So, we're going to get started with the second half of the season. We have gone ahead here and jumped to Suzuka. It is starting today. Can we see car stats? We shall in just a second here. How are you doing on this finite? I'm doing good. That's so fine for me. What's the problem, mind? What is causing you suffering, so to speak? The championship battle will be legendary. We shall see. Hello, Nick. I see you. In terms of car development, we can take a quick look. Our analysis. I'm not the best high-speed team, by the way. The AI has outdeveloped me, as it turns out, which would be good. I think 3 to 4 days of sleep. Yeah, that does make sense. Good morning, Floof. I know the script is in your hand. When will Alpine bowl points this time? So, for those of you who might be unaware, Alpine is, according to the editor, the best team on the grid. And I disagree strongly with that estimation. And this kind of should show you why the editor is not a reliable tool for estimating how good your car is. The editor says this Alpine is the best car on the grid. It's 13 in top speed, 21st in acceleration, which basically is engine. DRS effectiveness is 5th. It isn't best at anything, really. And the editor says, okay, the Alpine cars should cook. Could it be the second car is better? Not really. So yeah, the editor is not a reliable source of information, really. It does not put the values really where they should be. And if we look here and see if we can find a potential better car, McLaren is better pace-wise, whereas in terms of cornering. And let's see here. How about the Mercedes? If you get the option between A or B, which one would you pick? Basically here. I also disagree. What is system for in front of me? So basically, the editor takes the average of the stats here. So being 10th, being 16th here, it's not actually a bad thing, because being 16th versus being what would literally be first in medium speed, it's just a difference of 0.026 Gs here. It's basically just one upgrade that separates first from almost last in this scenario. So basically, the editor probably takes the huge advantage they have in DRS effectiveness and the huge advantage they have in dirty air tolerance, and just say that, oh, the Alpine is better because they're just slightly ahead behind in cornering. But look at the huge DRS advantage they have. Look at the dirty air advantage they have. And that is how the editor estimates what is the best car. Now, again, the cornering here is really, really close between Mercedes and Alpine. It's just 0.009 in low speed, 0.026 in medium, and in high, 0.039. So it's not really a big difference in terms of the cornering abilities of these two vehicles, but the editor definitely is a little bit weird in probably not valuing tire preservation like at all. So yeah, that is probably playing a bit of a part here for sure. Hello, Daniel. But yeah, question now is Ferrari. Very similar here to the Alpine situation, honestly. And there isn't really much to say about that. Red Bull, on the other hand, is suffering quite a lot because Red Bull's team has decided that we do not want to give you guys a new front wing. You'll just have to stick with the old one you have. And that is definitely hurting the Red Bull crew quite a lot. But yeah, I think we are ready to kind of just jump into this. The extra 0.5 kilogram for Merc means they're behind them. Yes, that is true. That is true. Please compare a Red Bull and a V-Carb. Okay, so Red Bull here. Then we have the RB here. I think RB wins out every time. Not the best cornering. Top speed, though. Again, this is supposedly a difference between, 17th and 16th. So the Red Bull car, once it gets that new front wing, is definitely going to do a lot better. Can we see the Ferrari rankings? Ferrari rankings are basically midfield, with the exception of high-speed cornering, high preservation, and engine cooling. Top speed is late part of the grid. Should be able to score points, is what I'm seeing here. Mercedes rankings. Should be scoring points and podiums on the regular 7th, 3rd, and 1st in terms of cornering. Again, the only thing that I'm not the best at is high speed. So basically, the Mercedes is best at medium and high speed cornering, and what would this be? 3rd best team at low speed, and then they do not have the best top speed or DRS effectiveness. But the Mercedes here should have one car on the podium every race, as things stand. I was trolling you a little bit, AFN, in Discord before we got started here, so don't worry about it. But we are ready to jump into Suzuka. It's going to be the first race of today. We have 4 of them lined up: Suzuka, Baku, and Zandvoort. And then we're going to jump into Brazil, which will be double points. In terms of weather available here, we can see that there is a chance that we're going to get a lot of rain. 2 out of these 4 races will have rain in them. And Suzuka starts with a lot of it. Suzuka is going to be our first rain of today. And then one of the final 3 here will also have rain on the menu. So let's just jump in here and get started right into the race here. May I have fresh engine components this race? You may not, Floof. I'm sorry, you may not, because I've already clicked ahead. That also reminds me, Luna, I believe, did ask about it, but I forgot to edit it in. So we'll fix components for people who want them after this race. Apologies for that. But next season, we're probably getting rid of the engine things anyways, but we shall see. We'll fix that after this race. Apologies for anyone who wants to do it. I'll try and remember to do it after this this first race in Suzuka. It is indeed heavy rain and a wet qualifying session.
Green light.
Green light indeed. What are we expecting here? We are expecting a dry end to this qualifying session, which means there are going to be more than just one banker lap here. I love that everyone just goes, must be the water, when there is rain on track. That does make sense. Now, in terms of standings currently, Molo Bolo does have the lead. Let's see if he can change it. Mascherino has been developing, interestingly enough. And we will be seeing probably Amsterdam Cinema also develop. Dean van der Ven has also developed here. Alpine yet to score a point. Then we have, of course, Slowminton. All 4 of these drivers that I mentioned, Slowminton, Van der Ven, Absolute Cinema, and Mascherino has a TP who has chosen the growth background. Basically, they get above to the development. And at this point in the season, that translates to an increase in 1.5 to 2 of their overall, which is pretty significant, all things considered.
So focus on your marks and switch off.
Oh boy, Rain and Ferrari, how fun. Inferno picked Talent Scout, that is why Shelin is developing. Yes, both him and the Mercedes TP picked Talent Scout. And then a couple of other TPs were unhappy about it, even though they also had the chance to choose that exact same perk if they wanted to. As is tradition at this point, honestly. We're going to send out our driver here. We'll have to see if we might need to dodge someone. Right now, it looks like we'll be okay. As fast laps are being set, the bankers are coming in here. And right now, we see both Mercedes drivers in trouble. We see Mascherino in trouble, Nans and Poconaldo in the drop zone. As the final laps here get started with Colapinto and Bolo going out first. We'll have to see if we might need to take manual control of the point here.
You're the race leader.
In order to get that out of the way.
Cool the tires and we will box this lap.
We are indeed the race leader, but it looks like we'll be fine here and get around the track before Colapinto arrives. But Floof here continues his tradition of starting fast laps into basically the entire grid. Look at this start of the fast lap here. Cars into the first corner. Cars in every corner. This is going to be such a painful round around the track. Lap around the track rather than round, but you get the idea. And he will not have time to do another run. This is do or die for the Floofster here. And he's Bolo here too, championship leader. Down 1.6 seconds in the first sector compared to Floof. And we see Crashity almost 3 seconds up in the first sector alone. Both of these guys have put themselves in a very, very bad position. And he didn't even beat the middle sector. He didn't beat the Rain middle sector at 39. 37.3 or 37.1 would be acceptable. But yeah, both of these guys now in danger. Are we going to see championship leader out in Q1 here? I can't be out. Impossible. Let's see. Where is our absolute cinema? Our Alpine cinema. Well, you're currently stuck behind 2 other cars on your fast lap, so... Depends on how quickly the Alpine goes. There's a lot of cars there in this qualifying run right now. 33.5 in that first sector. There's other cars doing terribly. And the leader of the terrible train is, I believe, who is that? It's an Aston. You are stuck behind an Aston for your fast lap during qualifying. You're one shot here to get out of here. And it's going very, very slowly here. We could see Absolute Cinema out in Q1 as well. You might even save Bolo here. And you do save Bolo as things stand. Edster out of Q1. Bolo is out. Mourinho is out. Colapinto, Absolute Pain, and Nance seem to be out in Q1 here. Coconaldo just barely survives. Thanks to others holding each other up here. Then I'm stuck in terrible traffic. This isn't fair. They are actually reek. Both V-Carves out. Breaking news. Blue says he beats AFN. Yes, he beat AFN in one qualifying session. And considering there's 1 second here for Ducky behind us and 5.5 seconds off for others, that's actually kind of nuts. And we do see that there are going to be a lot of penalties here. Franco is even needing a penalty, so I think you got your engine changed, Floof. I didn't actually need to do that. Mike is changing components. Slowminton is changing components. Mortel is, and Bohemian Crashity too is getting some sort of a component change here in Suzuka. So, as it turns out, AFN might not start last. Simply because others will be put further behind him. Weather this time, it's going to be very similar. Very dry towards the end. We might even have less than 1 millimeter on track, which means we could see adaptability play a part here in Q2. That's going to be fairly interesting. Definition of traffic paradise. Miracles happen and they happen today. Give me the engine penalty. New engine needed. Needs to be done before the weekend starts, unfortunately, AFN. I want all my components changed. Again, needs to be done before the weekend. I know Floof asked me, but I clicked and saw it afterwards. So I'm very, very sorry. Let us see here how the back laps go. All of these lap times should be beat unless we have traffic paradise again. But Petrov has shown to be quick.
That is the train, essentially.
Van der Ven continues where they left off with a lockup immediately here. I think the Aston should be happy they didn't get taken out here by looks of it. That's barely a lockup. Boo. Sector time, sorry. There we go. Apologies. We could have had an assassination there. Slowminton currently fastest on track as it is drying. We'll have to see it. I might need to do another run, and unsurprisingly, that is going to be the case. But it's probably going to have to be late as the track is still drying even more as it stands. Van der Ven, Poconaldo, Maldonado, Mike, Marcelinho, and Chief currently the ones in the drop zone. Sauber's topping the timesheet. No one saw that one coming. Honestly, you're not wrong on that one. Okay, what tires are we looking at? We are looking at soft tires, so we will do the exact same thing ourselves. Is everyone on soft tires? Pest and Edster, as well as Maldonado, has decided to use Inters, which is probably a good thing. But for the Astons, it's probably a bad thing that they were the first one. No, it's actually a good thing they were the first ones out. Won't suffer that much on the Inters then. But it's going to be fairly interesting. 3 cars on Inters, the rest on softs here. Are the Inter runners going to have a better time than those who stayed on the soft ones? We shall see. As the starts his lap now. We might need to take manual control of our driver to get out of the way. We shall see here. But now that it is looking good. What is Edster's first sector time going to be? A 36.2. Sorry, 36.6 and a 32.8. This is time to beat Maldonado. Quicker, but Maldonado is also on those Inter tires. What are the dry runners going to do here? Crashity, 33.6. He's a second off on soft tires. That is some pretty bad news. Petrov, though, is on pace with similarly the soft tires. So that should be good for them. And the time to beat here, which is going to be Tez's time to beat by looks of it, is going to be a 1:32. Maldonado now is going to update that to a 1:32.5. Petrov, purple middle sector. Crashity can only go 8 fastest on those soft tires. Hotel up to 4. Mike to 7th, now 8, with Dub improving. Petrov on pole as it stands. David Patch second. Poconaldo second now. Everyone is getting shuffled. And with the lap times now being set, Crashity is out. Mike is out. Dub is out. Edster out. Hotel is out. And very likely Slowminton 2 will be sacrificed here, as we need to take part in the final qualifying session. Ferrari 1-2 in Q2. Tell me it's a boat McLaren P1. Well, the boat McLaren survived into Q3 here, so I think they're happy. See you later, Cosby. I assume you're going to eat dinner and then return, maybe. We shall see. This is to all them haters. Both Rebels in Q3? Well, sometimes miracles happen. And qualifying. We should end qualifying. It's once again going to dry up towards the end, so banker laps and then dry runs should make things a little bit interesting here. Ferrari 1-2. Let's see if they can do it when it actually counts, though. If the Ferrari 1-2 dream will actually be achievable here. Currently, though, lap times are
Currently P1.
kind of all over the place. 32.8 with 32.1 in the first sector. That's a pretty wide variance right there. 39.5 to 39.1 in the second sector.
Okay, that is the end of the race.
Lap times here are being set. Chiefs so far the quickest in Q3, but it is going to dry up towards the end, which is going to shape things up a little bit. Who is going to end up going out too early and suffer as a result? Why am I in this? I don't need to participate. I'm stealing pole point here. We can potentially steal more points from Dastardly Tryhards. Yes, I could steal more points from the Dastardly Tryhards there. Petrov is going out maybe a little bit too early. There's going to be traffic. There is going to be a little bit of water on the track too. This could not be the best start to a flying lap. 0.707 millimeters of water on the track. Traffic ahead. Should probably wait a little bit longer before going out. That's it for him, is what they're saying for Petrov here. Purple first sector, though. Probably not going to remain that way for long. We'll have to see here, as Tez starts their fast lap as well. Petrov, though, is going to try and get anything he can out of this one. Need to get that second Q2 performance in. $31 is the purple's first sector here. 128.3 is the time to beat. What can Living Duck do here? Right now, Taz We'll need to beat a 37.4 in the second sector. Is far off the pace here. The cornering of the Aston not really giving them any sort of benefit around here. And in the final sector, we see a 19.7, putting them 7/10 behind and currently in second. Duck, however, goes fastest, 4/10 quicker than Petrov at the moment. What can Masterini do here? We have a yellow flag as well. Very, very minor. David has a lockup.
Take a look now. Now we're at turn 11 now. Struggling with the car. And hopefully
That is going to be the Sauber, probably starting 9th here. As a result, Master goes 3rd fastest at the moment. Chief takes pole. 200s ahead. What can Van der Ven do? Van der Ven up into 5th here. Maldonado. Next one up. Into 4th. Poconaldo. Purple first sector, not the best middle sector. And not the best final sector, puts him in 3rd. Next to his teammate as things stand. And David with a lockup goes back in the pit lane. No real improvement to be had from that Sauber. So with that, we have our starting grid here. Chief, Living Ducky. Then we have 2 Ferraris, Maldonado, 2 Red Bulls, Taz. Then we will have David. Both Claren in P5. Remember, qualifying is very important around here because it is going to rain, and it is going to rain a lot. Heavy rain, it starts with 3.31 here, and there will be a change from inters sweats to inter sweats again, potentially. We'll have to see who takes the bet here. But there will be changing conditions with heavy and lighter rain, by the looks of it. So let us place ourselves in the pit lane where we belong. And seeing that there were 18 others, or rather we start 18th, there should be 4 cars waiting for me in the pit lane for us to join. Let's jump into the Japanese Grand Prix here and see how things go.
Well, it's great to have you with us, folks, as we settle in. Get ready. It's the Japanese Grand Prix.
It is very wet out here. Can barely see the cars.
And it's lights out.
Lights out, away we go. Chief gets a decent start here. Better start for Poconaldo. He might actually get the Williams driver as things stand. And does, in fact, get a tire ahead of the Williams. Can it stay ahead of the Williams? Maldonado too. Good run on Petrov. Up into 4th as things stand. Williams do, however, retain 2nd. And Maldonado is battling hard here with the Ferrari. Pushes him off track.
Gap 5.4.
Petrov does not lose any positions from it, however, and it's okay. The Red Bulls are still running 6-7. Then we have Tess and Edster, as David has had not the best start and fallen down between Bolo and Mourinho. We shall retire our cars now.
7 now.
We've gone through most of the starting mayhem. And yeah, we have Slomerton, Crashity, Colapinto, Mike, Hotel, I believe. These 5 cars were starting, if not in, then very close to the pit lane. Chief gets a good start here and gets away.
Yeah, sorry.
And we are currently just waiting for the rain to intensify as you will. I demand you change the status of my you check the status of my engine. I refuse, Floof. Your engine will remain a mystery. Funny thing is, everyone is worried about the race pace, but here at Ferrari, we're worrying about our qualifying strategy. I'm already 14-0. Shall we see what happens here? If Bolo, the championship leader, can move up from 10th. Check my engine. Can we check our engine? Okay. So, engine checks, apparently. So, for the Ferraris, the engines are looking combustible very soon. For the McLarens, looking fairly combustible very, very, very soon. For the Red Bulls, similarly combustible very soon. Slomerton has a fresh, full set of parts. His teammate does not. And that's probably the lowest engine and gearbox, ERS we've seen. The Alpines are not going to have a good time here. Williams, similarly, combustible. Most cars are actually combustible here. And honestly, most cars probably would like to change their components if they could. But we shall see if that is doable. And currently, we can see here how many improvements or, you know, the improvements have been made. But Crashly has lost a couple of positions. Carl's lost a couple of positions. Same for David. S has jumped 2 of them. Top 3 has not changed, but Crash Maldonado has gone up here to 4th place. I got this championship in the bag now. Oh, so you listen to FN of mine, but not me. I need to wait for them to complete a lap loop before I could check the engines, let's be honest. We should see a lot of minor faults this race, even though the water is going to help with keeping things a little bit drier. Pit lane madness is going to be the name of the game. Schlominton has run wide.
Let's have a look as we go into the 13th corner. And they just can't keep on the track. But all being well and fingers crossed.
Allowed Crashy to gain a single position here. But one mistake can lead to more. Mike here with the first mechanical fault here. As Crashly and Colapinto, I think, have crashed. I see a rear wing damage on Colapinto.
This is what happened. Look at the McLaren driver here. Dangerously close to each other. And the contact between the cars, inevitable. That will have knocked their confidence.
I assume Crashly has sent Floofit to the damaged rear wing realm. And not only that, but he's also pulled an overtake while doing so. And I think the only damage he's picked up is from wing. That's a penalty too. That is incredibly quick. Penalty given here to Crashly for taking out the Floofster. That was incredibly quick. That penalty to be delivered, and we're probably going to see Floof here lose a lot of time. We have a virtual safety car, Petrov. Ferrari driver in the wall here. It is spicing up.
Now we're down at turn 9. Oh, and the car with a nasty crash into the barrier.
Just like that, Petrov has found the wall and is out. We have a virtual safety car right now. 6 laps in, lockup, crash, and a DNF. And the rain is only promising more mayhem. Go to bed now, mind. Hello, David. Petrov spun out and crashed. Crashly and Colapinto has had a bit of a torpedo moment. Dean, let me pass. Oh, yellow flag immediately again. Is Crashly and Floof doing more shenanigans? They're suddenly side by side here. Crashly with a spin.
All good at this point. Whoa, and around they spin. And that won't do anything to help those tires.
Now they're side by side again, and we could have a follow-up situation to the previous one. A Floof with the rear wing damage is pretty slow, not gonna lie. And he also has a mechanical fault. There's just an extra little bit of salt in that wound. Just a tiny bit of salt in that wound. For the Floofster. Ronaldo now sets fastest lap and is immediately taken away by Van der Ven. We're gonna have 2 more minutes here of potential fastest lap before it starts getting a lot wetter again. This is where it's gonna go into actual wet territory for a little while. We'll have to see if that changes things around here. Fastest lap now in the hands of Living Ducky. Polo up 1 position from the Ferrari crashing out. We've yet to actually see a proper overtake other than at the start of the race, I believe. Maldonado into the pits here. The McLarens are gambling on the wet tire being good, and the the Alpine team is doing the same. Colapinto is coming in. They are gonna go for a wet into wet strategy by looks of it here, and they're not giving up even with a hole in their car. Honestly, Crashly 2 should find their way into the pits. It's the best gamble they can do. They already have worse tires than everyone else. And that problem is just going to keep on getting worse the longer we go for. On this lap, are we going to see anyone else decide to jump into the pit lane? As this would probably be the best time to do it. So far, no one has done it. Edstead decides to stay out. What about Dub here in the Williams? stays out as well. Slowminton, nope, refuses. Crashity, the one who really should, does in fact come into the pits here. Does decide that pitting and getting new tires is the best option they have available to them. Does need to serve that penalty first, though. And with that, they might actually come out behind Colapinto. Another chance for the two of them to have an incident together has just emerged here. And Maldonado is eating up the cars that are on the wrong tires right now. Already done 2 overtakes, with potentially more to come here. The more these people degrade their tires, the better for me. Not wrong. Mourinho and Dub come in now. 2 more decide that wet tires would be the better option right now, as they both have clean stops. And Maldonado makes another pass on the Haas, just moving up the order here. Absolute Cinema, the next victim on the chopping block. And those wets are actually degrading pretty quickly. They're being very aggressive with their tires right now, but the overtakes are happening one after another, just like that, straight by. And it is going to remain wet for a long while here. We had another incident.
And here we've got
Absolute Cinema has crashed on turn 11.
really treacherous conditions out there.
He got overtaken
Flies into that crash.
and gave up.
Won't do their confidence any good.
Alpine Cinema now holding up their teammate as it stands too. It just gets better and better. Oh. AI is staying out because it's going to be lighter soon. Yeah, but you'll lose a lot of time right now. And by the time it starts get drying up again, because it's just going to be a little spell of moderate before it goes heavy again, you'd need to switch to a new set of inters anyway. So pitting here for wets, in my opinion, probably is going to be the better choice. We'll have to wait and see, though. I think AFN needs traction control. But Claren P1, we could see it here. We'll have to see how quickly Maldonado clears everyone. That's going to be the big one here, as Colapinto has just been cleared by Crashity, and they had no incident this time around. Test up next now for Maldonado. Nans, the Alpine overtakes Cinematic Pain. Double Mercedes overtake for the Alpine here, showing that they are actually the best team on paper. Maldonado, Taz. As things stand, there's still 20 seconds to be gained to get to the top of the leaderboard. But look at this. Every lap on the wets right now, they are gaining 5+ seconds on anyone ahead of them. They're 5 seconds a lap quicker. In 3 more minutes, it's going to start pouring down even more. So we can expect it to be like this for the next 2, 3, 4, 5 laps maybe. And with that said, at this pace, Maldonado, by the time the second round of pit stop starts, will be in the lead. That is basically a guarantee at this point, because they'll be even quicker once they get a little bit of fresh air. We'll have to see, though, if Nance, who's back here, can do a similar move, as they do have a lot more cars to get through, and they are further behind. But with the driver's confidence building, and with the overtakes happening, it's very, very likely that we'll be seeing some interesting changes in this race. But Claren in the wet, yes. Maldonado might have genius strategy, but depends what happens. Yeah, so safety car, red flag, it could destroy it, but Maldonado has already done most of the job needed here. Back to where they were before they pitted. Maldonado's eating his tires though. That won't be good when it's going to be inters. The thing is, with inter runners here being at 56, 64%, some of the inters runners will be needing to pit once it changes back to inters. So he isn't completely shafted here. And honestly, no one on an inter that has only made it through basically halfway through his life cycle at lap 16 is going to go all the way to lap 40-ish with it. Every inter runner here is going to need to pit at one point. And that is what's going to kind of be very, very good here for Maldonado as it gets up to Poconaldo. An altitude dude's going to crash into each other. We shall see. But Ducky now comes into the pit. Can't take it anymore. And what are they changing to? Are they going to wet at this stage? That would be suicide. No, they are going for a new inter. And this is what I was talking about. Everyone on an inter tire will need to put on a new inter tire because they're just so worn. The exception could be maybe Edster, maybe Tess. But to get to the end of the next inter period, they are going to need a new Inter. So Maldonado here is still basically the same number of pit stops as everyone else, but he'll be able to go longer and have an advantage for basically the remainder of the race as a result here. And honestly, same can be said for Nans, Mourinho, Dub, Crashity as Mike's fault escalates. Crashity here haven't actually been able to make too much work out of these wet tires, but we definitely do see cars moving forwards here. And if we take a look at positions gained, Nans here has gained 9 positions, 8 now, with the 2 wet runners kind of fighting. But you get the idea. People are gaining a lot of positions by gambling for these wet tires, and everyone else will still need to pit with them. As Maldonado now has gone up into the lead while I've been yapping. We should only 16x. We shall see here. Slow Minton now in the pits. Inter tires, as I said. Even if it's still wet condition, they have no choice. They need to get a new Inter tire on those cars. And that is going to be the exact same for everyone else. Every Inter runner will need a new Inter tire before the end of this race. That is just the reality of the situation. And Maldonado can go 2 more laps like this. 5-second gain. It is actually kind of biblical for those that quickly change their tires. We see an Alpine up in top 4 now. Could get Poconaldo before it changes. And we have a yellow flag. Dub, unfortunately, has had a lockup and undone all of the good work on those wet tires.
And there's the lockup. And they'll need to be mindful of the effect that that had on the tires.
McLaren sandwich. But yeah, you can still see Maldonado is still going quick. 6 seconds now quicker than Chief a lap. But we have now reached a point where it is good to get back to the Inters. And honestly, if he fits right now, with how things stand, let's take a look at this. Time consideration, 23-second pit stops. He would be basically out here between the 2 wet runners. He would have way better tires than anyone behind, and not to mention he gained 12 seconds or even more during this wet period. So I don't think that would be I don't think it was a bad gamble for Maldonado. He went on it at the precise time he needed to. And now he comes into pits to get fresh Inters and get rid of those wet tires. And as I mentioned, even if the others stay out here, 40% tire difference is definitely going to play into Maldonado's favor. Nance stays out for 1 more. Mourinho stays out for 1 more. And that could sabotage Maldonado a little bit, but he even gets out ahead of them. And he's just 8 seconds behind the leader now with 44% better tires. McLaren actually pulling a masterpiece here after having a pretty lousy first half of the season. We'll have to see what Nance and Mourinho do though, because they will need to pit very, very soon. And we could see some sabotage here from the teams by just staying out a little bit longer than they would like. I'm not going to lie. We're down to 3.2 millimeters right now. The Inters are definitely faster than the wets. And it is going to be showing. Alpine stays out. Mourinho comes in. We see Crashity come in. I thought that was a soft tire there for half a second. I'm not going to lie. The red, the little red there on those tires scared me. To think they put on a soft tire. Colapinto stays out on the wets here. Dub stays out. Nance stay out. That's not going to help. It's going to be light and moderate rain for the foreseeable future. And while we might need another wet tire for this section, for the next 10-15 laps, it is going to be Inters that are going to be the quicker tire. And Maldonado here has already caught up to Poconaldo. Going to try and get that overtake done again. Can McLaren, on better tires, get Poconaldo into the first corner? Survey says yes. Tire advantage playing a huge part there. And just getting by on track. Nance here comes out in 11th with 12th actually. 13 maybe? No, 12 with fresh Inters. And we'll be able to do the same thing that Maldonado's done here. Because again, we're 2/3 into this Inter period right now. And most teams will use 50% of their tires. We could see punctures here before the next wet cycle arrives. Or even worse, someone going on the wets earlier than they should. New yellow flag. We see Cinema locking up.
Conditions on track really not great. Well, you can see the lockup. Not surprising, I suppose, given these...
We have another yellow flag. Cinema now needs to go into the pit lane. Mourinho locks up.
And we can easily see how wet it is on the track.
We weren't boring, we didn't focus cornering, and we're beating the tryhards. McLaren's spokesperson Floof is yelling out here. But yeah. Ducky AW's tires, might need to pit again possibly. Could very well happen. But he will definitely survive until it becomes wet again. That I can say for certain. Everyone else might need to pit again before the wet, but Ducky with 20% advantage should be fine, I dare say. And right now Maldonado is 2 seconds quicker than Chief. That is the tie difference right now between the Inters. How can I develop a driver? Because my team, Kimi Antonelli, looks up and sprints a lot. Focus on their control and maybe their accuracy. Control will probably be priority 1. Actually, accuracy would be priority 2, Mats, in order to limit the amount of incidents to get to. You can also go into the driver settings and set them to low overtake aggression, no defending, as that also lowers the chance of getting involved in incidents or having incidents. There are a couple of ways you can minimize the amount of incidents you get. Not a good race at all, but it doesn't matter if Bolo doesn't score. But Bolo is looking to score some points right now, as things stand. We'll have to see if it's a lot of points, though. Currently, we're getting heavy rain again in 9 minutes. The first shower is about to start as Edster picks up a mechanical fault. Maldonado now is closing down on Chief. Gonna try and take the lead again with the tire advantage as it stands. Probably not on this lap. Needs another one to get a little bit closer before that attack becomes possible. I think the AI is going to wait until the next period, hence why Chief and me didn't pit. Probably. Is it going to be good for you? Probably not. Not going to lie here. WMD with fastest lap. 37 blank here. You can see Crashity, Slowminton, everyone here. Just going a lot quicker than the cars around them. The problem is, it is hard to overtake, and that is losing them the tire advantage right now. Nance is kind of in a similar window. Haven't been able to get by Mortel. Haven't been able to get by David. And right now, Maldonado too is kind of suffering from just not being able to pass the car in front. That is being the biggest challenge right now for those who pitted early. But Nance is really, really close. Could be the Alpine needs a little bit more top speed. Welcome, Justin. Nice to see you. But yeah. In terms of the weather, heavy rain in 5 minutes, and it's just going to get really, really wet really, really quick. The weather has moved up on the schedule a little bit here. Up the crash tour. Well, Maldonado is currently fighting for a win as things stands. Nance has picked up a mechanical fall. That's not good for the Alpine team. Still hasn't been able to pass, but we are getting close right now to that mythical puncture window. And we could see Alpine Cinema. First one to have that happen. Bolo comes into the pits right now. Is that a wet tire? Bolo pitting early, sacrificing some of the wet tire here in order to do it quicker than anyone else. And with that, the pit lane has opened, and we'll be seeing a lot of cars now probably start getting in there. Chief and Maldonado pits at the same time. Who's going to have the best stop here? Maldonado gets into the box first. It is a clean stop for the Haas, who comes out ahead of the McLaren. Poconaldo is in. We see Van der Veer and Mascherino in. It's going to be a double stack here for RB. And Mascherino has to wait. Had to wait longer, as there was a car in the lane going by. Mascherino here losing a lot of time in the pit lane right now. He could also be losing positions as a result. Has Edster snuck in between them? He has. Edster overtakes Mascherino in pit lane. And Bolo even gets by ahead here. Bolo up in 13th, and as things stand, could jump a fair number of drivers here. Could jump all the way up to Taz, potentially getting himself into the top 5 or even a podium position here. Living Ducky holding up Poconaldo at the moment. Living Ducky holding up Poconaldo, giving him a bit of a fight here, being annoying, as they say. And that could give Van der Ven, Edster, and everyone here a chance to get involved. With Van der Ven too getting held up, that is going to protect those who are still on the inter tires. And I think Ducky here elected to... No, he did not elect to stay out. It just took a long time to get to the pit lane. Tess stays out. That's a... Nance, Mourinho. They're undoing all the good work. It is wet right now. And Living Duck here comes out in 15th place, I'd wager. Does in fact do that. Colapinto now too has pitted. But we still have 6 cars running wet tires. Chief, Maldonado, and Poconaldo has got the advantage here as Mike picks up another mechanical fault. And let's take a look at how Mike's car is doing. I don't think it's a good place to be. The ERS is just exploding, and potentially now the engine as well. But yeah, Tess, Nance, and Mourinho. Nance is chucking away all the good work they're doing. Colapinto's mechanical fault has escalated too, which is a what issue again? It is a gearbox issue. As things stand, so Colapinto started in the pit lane, not because they changed components, but because they killed someone in Las Vegas. Now I have been reminded. Tess here, into the pit lane. Nance, Mourinho, both of them stay out. Slowminton stays out. And this is throwing away a lot of points. That's what I'm going to say. This is throwing away points for the Alpine team, who had a good chance to score their first points. But it is going to go Intus again. Potentially going to be a wet finish of this race. But this is probably not what you'd like to do. The estimation is going to be raining for another 10 minutes, which means another 7 or 8 laps of this, of being 7 seconds a lap slower, nearly 10 seconds a lap slower than the ones running 1-2 here right now. So Red Bull can't make a good car and can't double stack. Got it. Yeah. Basically, Van der Ven here and Mascherino pitted at the same time, but you can already see the difference in position as a result. As Nance stays out for yet another lap, as everyone else has dived in now and picks up a mechanical fault for his troubles. Not a good time to be on the inter tire right now. Because they pitted Bolo early, they're gonna pit me late to balance it. Ah yes, balance has been restored, clearly. A safety car can happen. What is Chief's adaptability? I don't remember. But adaptability isn't really playing a part right now, so I think it is fine. But yeah, Nance had a chance to score Alpine's first points here, let's be perfectly honest, and it just is not going to go Alpine's way. Just not going to work out as planned. As they get double, triple overtaken down this straight. They're now outside of the points. On the wrong tire for the occasion. Gonna need to pit again after the rain anyways, because their durability is at 52%. So what they're doing right now is actually not helping anyone else than the teams ahead, as they are holding up a lot of cars. You lose 7 seconds, 10 seconds, 11 seconds for each lap you get stuck behind this Alpine. 11 seconds a lap worth of lap time loss is what's happening to Nance right now. He could have pitted and got that time back in 2 laps, and he finally does pit, as it is going to get drier on the track. Did go for wet, should have gone for inters. The paint train has no end, as it turns out. This game sucks, why is there no red flag? It's nearly 6 millimeters. Welcome, Cosby. But yeah, right now everyone's the correct tire. Chief looks to pick up a win here. Mike's fault has become a Terminal 1. The question is, what is being terminated? It's Mike we're looking at, not Chief. It is the ERS. Which, funnily enough, means he's going to stay out, because the ERS isn't actually a vital component on the car. And there we go. Now it is time to go back to the inter tires. And Nance has just pitted. Just pitted, and will now need to pit again. And I have a feeling that the AI is going to be too stubborn and trying to stay out in this window, because it's going to end on the wet tire. this could be a very, very interesting end to this, because these wet tires are going to start to implode. They're just going to start melting off the cars as we get closer to 2 millimeters. And then, yeah, probably 2 millimeters. Nan's mechanical fault has escalated as it stands too. The Alpine cars are exploding, just like their team principal wanted. Their team principal was signed in the with the wish of some fireworks. And they're definitely getting that right now. Did Mike's second mechanical fault escalate too? Is his engine going bang bang? I believe so. And that is probably a happy coincidence for Mike, because that means new ERS and new engine, and that should be exactly what's going on here. We'll have to see if he chooses to retire or if he will stay out now. He stays out, which means I can see exactly what is going to be wrong with that car. It's the gearbox fully exploding that happened. So you had terminal damage, and then you have terminal damage. He's super dead. They got him twice, as it turns out. No ERS available right now for Mike. It is going to be a wet finish here. The tires are going to matter. But right now, I don't think we're going to see any massive changes of position. But it is still an interesting end to this spectacle. All of our incidents happening early. Getting so much Maldonado, but it's too late. It is, in fact, too late, yes. Gaining 4 to 5 tenths a lap. It's a little bit too little too late here. As I think the top 3 have been set in stone unless we have a crash. We could still see Bolo. We could still see Motel getting a puncture here. But it is going back to wet territory. And I think that is saving them a little bit. We're going to see both Mercedes cars here. Outside of the podium, very likely. Bocanaldo, mechanical fault.
And as far as
For the car running in third.
they've got a fault with the car.
What is happening to Pocanaldo? Let's take a quick look here. Pocanaldo, it is gearbox related. I'm going out for dinner. Let's have a good rest of the stream and hopefully get some points and some more engine failures. Have a good dinner, Lando. Appreciate you stopping by. Oh, hell no. Pocanaldo realizing that this might cause some problems. Nance now with another mechanical fault here. Is it going to be the 4 faults for one team mix we see here? Because that is the ERS. I believe it was already bad. He's had a new mechanical fault. Now, the engine problem is back. And this is technically the 5th fault. That the, well, not really 5th fault, but 5th component failure at the moment. That the Alpine team has suffered in one single race. Let's just bring it home. It's a new wish here. As his mechanical fault has escalated and he's leading a train of cars behind, that could be bad for him. Luckily, he does have Bolo playing the role of a shield here, because if Bolo starts pushing, those tires might not make it till the end. Mike with another mechanical fault. The Alpines can't give any sort of fault timing to anyone else. And with that, Mike now has an engine that is major failure on. Are we going to see him DNF in the last 3 laps there? It could happen, as Bolo now is kind of pushing. And that extra heat from being close to Edster could be really, really bad. What is actually Edster's failure point? It is the gearbox. Bolo and David are pushing, and heat is being put into the cars behind here. Is Aston going to secure 5th place here, or is that failure going to take it away from them? We might as well rename this the Mechanical Failure Grand Prix. Oh, we have a yellow flag. Just temporarily. No safety car to save anyone else here. Crashity with a lockup.
Let's take a look here. It's obviously quite wet out there. And there goes the steering.
I want to take a grid penalty next race, Your Honor. team doesn't necessarily change the engine, mind is the thing. We've had an incident. The reason why we introduced engine tickets in the first place was because the AI kept on running a damaged engine for someone for like three races. We'll take that look at that. Ty wants to change his components at Baku. Honestly, I think the entire grid is starting in the pit lane at Baku at this rate, Cosby. Yes, you crashed into the back of Floof, and you see that hole there, Cosby? That was your doing. You even picked up a penalty for it. What's an engine token? Basically, you tell me that you want to use it, I destroy your engine, and the AI will buy you a new one. You don't get a new one for free, it gets destroyed, the AI will have to buy you, as mentioned, a new one. We may still see a puncture, yes. Bolo here, 24%. Should survive the last couple laps here, I'm gonna be honest. But the top 10 here are not settled. And Taz, with some very much fresher tires here, could still get involved by the end of this. Could still get involved by the end of this. We will have to see. Bolo might actually puncture out of this race, because he is just about to start his second to last lap. Ty may also tell me himself, Cosby, he isn't muted, it's just he can't, you know, brag about this season. That's all that does. It is drying up, but I don't think it's going to be dry enough before the end of this to really matter much. Maybe we'll see an extra percentage loss, but that is about it. As right now, gonna try and get into the points for Aston, as 3 cars ahead now are struggling on their tires, and that is the first one. Living Ducky falls out of the points here. Marcelinho, Motel, David, the next 3 targets on the chopping block with 1 lap to go here. Can the Aston do anything, as another fault befalls the Alpines? Another failure for the Alpine paint train. Test now. Getting the move ready. Couldn't get it done. Bolo tried, but isn't close enough. 21% tires. They can start exploding at 20%. So Bolo now needs to cross their fingers that they're going to live to the end of this. And honestly, Motel needs to do the same. Chief does win here. Maldonado is going to come second. Coconado is going to get third. We'll get fourth for Van der Ven. Edste will have to hold off Bolo to get fifth. But we are a little bit interested in what's going to happen further down the order here. Can Taz get another car? Can Bolo survive? He survived a drop to 19. Probably going to be one more drop by the end of this. Just needs to survive one more drop in durability. Taz, try to move up on the Red Bull. Motel survived their drop in durability, and I think that is it. We'll be seeing Edste come 5th, Bolo gets 6th, David in 7th, we have Motel, we have Marcelinho, we have Taz, then we have Living Ducky here. Unfortunately, fell short as a result of that. No Mercedes this time scoring points. But yeah, big day for McLaren, who finally gets a little bit more to brag about.
Sometimes I think you just have to accept that it's not going to be your race.
They'll be very disappointed to have.
Let me know how many teams are going to take the penalty. Probably all of them, if I let them.
But now they just have to look.
Prior podium, don't celebrate yet. Our car's not attracted, to be honest, very fast. Second mechanical fault. More like the 10th mechanical fault, Matthias, this race alone. Then we take it. Yeah, my hopes and dreams lie in 17th, 18th, and 19th. Of course. And they said I was focused on my acting career. But yeah, it is a bit of a shame, here, particularly for Rennes. They had a wonderful run on the wet tire, and then they decided to not take advantage of that in pit time. Maldonado did, on the other hand, and ended up second in this race. With that, Molobolo retains first, does score a fair number of points here. Master Chief moves up to second. Passing stands as of the moment. Coconado up to 4th. We have Edste up to 5th. Cinema drops down to 3rd place at the moment. Marcelinho up down to 6th. Motel up to 7th. And Slowman to now, at danger of falling out of the top 10. Aldonado, 18 points scored here, which is 9 times the points Flufa scored as things stand. Only the Alpines are still struggling to score here with 3 races remaining. Red Bull, 99 points here, 11 ahead of Haas, who is 15 points ahead of Mercedes. Ferrari is getting more and more into this fight, and we could have a pretty close fight between the teams, really, for the top 3 at least, as we get close to the final race here. There is some wishes for new components, and I will take that into account once we get to the next race weekend. I'll take a look at what the situation says and what people want. I don't need Take 8 to be fair, because I assume my components are fresh now. We'll take a look at it, Cosby, and we'll figure out who is fresh and who isn't fresh. 3 races remaining, Bolo. I want to let you know that Lundris DM'd you. Yeah, that's fine. I should be able to talk in chat. I haven't muted him in any way, in any capacity. Like, he is free to chat. Baku is going to be chaos? Yes. We could have like 20 cars in the pit lane as things stand, AFN. Let's take a pen this race. I don't want to risk a failure in Baku. I would love components. Time might not be free. That's fair. That's fair, Cosby. But yeah, we will go to Baku in 18 days, and then we'll take a look at components. And then we'll sort that out. Sponsor plan review is next up. Yeah, I'll be doing a quick look at the cars, and anyone that is not here, and I deem probably should, I will also be giving free components. I don't want to risk it either, because we're going to be strong in Baku. Well, Petrov should have the benefit of getting new components purely due to the fact that he crashed. And if everyone starts in the pit lane, Petrov might be a very lucky camper in Baku. We shall see. But we first do need to move to Baku itself. Can we take the component pen before Baku quali? You'll still get penalized for the race, Pocanaldo. The penalty will have to be taken before we go into the race weekend. But I will be able to tell if the AI has replaced your car parts. So if the AI has replaced your car parts, I will not be changing them out. It's only if the parts are weak. Yeah, you are going to pick up some engine wear in practice. That is just how it is, unfortunately. That's just how it's going to have to be done if I want to switch your components for you. The last 2 races are Zandvoort and Brazil after Baku. And we have seen that components do last about 4 races before they start falling apart in the 5th. So you should be fine in that regard. But we will save here. And we will figure out what we want to do with the components. So just give me a second here to load up the save. And I'll show you what we do when it comes to terminating problems, or rather replacing your engines, how it's actually done. Because it's a pretty simple affair, all things considered. I have changed my mind. What have you changed your mind about, Floof? So yeah, if anyone wants to see anything, let me know. Hello, Onyx. Appreciate you dropping by. Alpine has manufactured their parts from North Korea. Maybe. Is it this one? It is, in fact, that one. So the way that we do component switches here is that we go under parts. And we go under car parts. And then we go to powertrains. And here we will destroy them, basically. And for Petrov, he has in fact been given a new engine. That is what this 100% condition represents. And for everyone else who wishes to change, I know that the Haas team want to change their components. We do this, which basically sets the engine component to 1. And that forces a change out of the AI. Can I change from Cosby? Bohemian Crashity has got a new engine. Don't change my Fleef. I haven't changed your Fleef. You're fine. Lomington has got a new engine here. FN, do you need to change yours? We will do a full component refresh then. Honestly, with 30% engineer, I would probably do it if I was Vanderveer. So I'll give him at least a little bit of a blessing here and change that for him. Pastorinho, I believe you are in chat. You have done floofed again. Sorry. Control V, Control C. Is it Control that triggers it? Something triggers it. Yeah, he will get a full component refresh. Anyone who takes a component refresh right now will get a full one. So don't worry about it. Just waiting until after backup because there might be a ton of crashes. Well, Flu, if you're at 40% here, you would not do super well in Baku. Okanaldo wants to take new components. Let's go. Anyone else here? Polo would like a change. Mourinho, do you wish to suffer the same fate? I believe you were here earlier. I don't know if you still are. But there are a lot of engines that could survive one more race, and that's about it. So we will probably do this same thing afterwards. I'm not going to crash and ruin new components. Okay. So let's see it. I believe this was the order of things. Who we are refreshing. The Alpines have been given new ERSs by the game. The Haas has wanted fresh components. We'll give it to them. Molabolo wants something fresh. Bohemian Crashly wants something fresh. Then we'll take a look at the gearbox there. Poconaldo with a 30% gearbox would not have a good time. They're giving you a fresh gearbox, Loof, for free. Yeah, 22%. For absolute cinema here. That would actually be kind of funny to see. I don't think it would be a good time, all things considered. I would probably give Chance a new component here, simply because that gearbox is about to explode anyways. To be fair. Can I change my parts? Yes, you can change your parts, David, if you wish. It's not a problem. Do you want to change it to Matthias, or were you responding to David? My gearbox was 90? Well, I'll do this then instead, so you don't take a gearbox penalty. There you go. That's the same as refreshing it. In this case. So, David and Mourinho, do you guys need new components? Why is Stunfloof popped up again? Because I pressed 1. Matthias wants new ones. Okay, let's get them sorted. And ERS. Do it like so. And then finally, powertrain of Mourinho here. David also wants new parts. We're definitely going to set a pit lane record as things stand. Honestly, I would probably replace Charlino here too, but staying out right now with this many cars in the pit lane is not really a bad gamble. So, yeah, could be a good idea to stay out. But there we are. Car parts have been replaced, I believe, for mostly everyone. Unless someone else yells right now, we're just going to get that back into the game. Oops, that's the wrong key. Get back into the game here and get running again. Exporting save file. Okay, we're going to have a very, very funny pit lane this next race. Just going to say it right now. Well, you did refresh every other component, Cosby, so it's basically the same thing. Look out for an upgrade. We could actually look out for any upgrades. So, let's see if Red Bull has finally figured out how to make a front wing. And the answer to that is yes. Red Bull now has figured out how to make a front wing. Is it going to help them? Not really. 15th, 17th, 17th. They're still not doing too well. Mercedes, on the other hand, they're still pretty strong, not going to lie. But there isn't much of a difference between the worst well, worst-ish high-speed cornering here to the best one. It's just 0.050. That is basically the difference between the two worst cars when you start out any regular save. So the differences here in performance aren't actually that huge that you would expect. But yeah, in terms of, let's take a look at Ferrari. Where are they? Still a bit of a midfield car. Can score podium on a good day, which they did. Mercedes should have scored podiums last time. Very disappointed. McLaren, quick, but not cornery, which could help them here in Baku, honestly. A little bit of a bigger difference there between the high speeds, not gonna lie. And for the Alpine team, bit of a midfield car. Can score points on a good day. Williams has the decisively best cornering of anyone involved here. Baku probably not going to be their strong suit. They do like a little bit of top speed. Has pretty strong cornering, pretty strong top speed. They're kind of good at everything but cooling and tire preservation. And that kind of shows. If they get a good start, they start out front, they can perform. If they get stuck in a train, they do suffer quite a bit. RB in a very similar position, just slightly weaker, I think, than Haas. But should be able to get good results here in Baku. Sauber's midfield car, probably back midfield to be fair. They have things like tire pressure and engine cooling. They're slow though. They don't have the best cornering. It's going to hold them back a little bit. And Aston here does still have a pretty significant KPH advantage. We'll have to see if the long straight in Baku is enough to counter the pretty massive struggles they will have with cornering here. But Baku has low degradation to begin with. With a high tire preservation, they could maybe one-stop this, which would be interesting to see. Wouldn't mind getting my car in quali. That would be the best time. If I crash, I'm not breaking bad components. Red Bull are still bad, yes. But McLaren should be doing okay, not too terribly. Aston straight more, but corner less. That is a good summary. Let's see what Baku has to offer here. And more importantly, if it's going to rain. Would I be evil enough to give you guys a Baku race with rain? I would not. There's going to be a dry Baku for once. Just this once, I'm giving you the dry Baku experience. The rankings aren't too kind, but I think we have the best all-round car right now. That could very well be the case, Pocanaldo. Could very well be the case. Okay, let us start the qualifying session here in Azerbaijan. How many people will do a stupid and go straight on the castle section? I know Floof will, Cosby. We all know Floof will. Brazil rain, gonna be chaos? Well, it isn't gonna rain in Brazil. And the reason why we know it's not gonna rain in Brazil is because I did state at the start of this season that the last race with double points would not be rain this time around. Which means with one race, rain race remaining, and Baku not being it, that would have to be Sandvoort. So in the future also, I'm going to announce what the final race is going to be because it is double points. Just to allow people to not get shafted at the final race of the season like we saw a man who is a hydrophobe be a couple of seasons back, or rather last season. The hydrophobe trait really took a victim that day. Right now, we're seeing Motel being the quickest one. Then we have the two Mercedeses. But the question here is going to be, where are people going to be starting with the penalties? Edster, with all that top speed, is currently in danger, and so is their teammates. So the corner sections here really hurting the Aston Martins. 36-2 in the first sector. Not quick enough here from Taz. And even this run was not really an improvement. Will not have time to go around again. I think what we've seen here is Taz out at the first hurdle, and Petrov is not safe. Not safe at all. Everyone will try and improve. Petrov is just 14 fastest as it stands. Poconaldo is 16 fastest. Ferraris have a little bit of work ahead of them here to try and survive. We see improvements from a lot of these guys. Not Crashly though. Crashly doesn't like improving in the first sector. Mike is improving. Polo is improving. Esther is also improving. Have to see if he can get out of the danger zone, however. And for Mike, is he gonna survive here? David improving. This is gonna be enough. Mike out of the danger zone, pushes Petrov down 1. David does not get out of danger zone. Esther at the cusp now, gets pushed down immediately. And what can Poconaldo do to his teammate? Poconaldo knocks out Petrov as it stands. Petrov, Edster, David, Colpinto, and Tess out at the first hurdle. And remember, Petrov is the guy with probably the freshest parts. Still going to start in the pit lane. And this is what we're looking at. Hotel, Bolo Bolo, both starting in the pit lane. And then we have the red country. Where we have all of our pit lane starters huddled up. Basically, the only thing that decides where you're going to start in pit lane is how you qualify. So, I'm sorry, Franco. You are starting at the back of the pit lane. Tess might actually have a good starting position purely from not having picked anything up here. I assume what happens to SA is the AI has replaced his gearbox. I was parking in the pit lane because the AI changed the paths for him. And mind, he's still getting penalized for changing paths. The AI did it for him. It's the same as if I did it, but the AI did it because he crashed his car and destroyed his components. So yeah, Parky is starting in the pit lane. And I kind of forgot that a little bit myself, but yeah, he did switch components, so he's getting penalized like everyone else who switched components. That shouldn't come as a huge surprise. The country of Pitlania. We might actually break the pit lane. We shall see. I think I have had the worst qualifying this season. We can check once the season is over. I'll post the qualifying graph. And we'll see if it's terrible. Okay, we are charging the vehicle. These are the banker laps right now. Dean has actually decided to race, to turn up for once. You should rename the DRS Cardinals meme to Cardinals stuck in pit lane. That would be funny, to be fair. I've only escaped Q1 once. Well, clearly you belong in Q1 then, Floof, is all I will say. Q1 has claimed you as one of their own. By right. Currently, 4 cars are in danger of getting knocked out here. It's just 400s between them. Very close here. Nance is going to need a better run. Mourinho is going to need a better run. Alpine Cinema is currently also going to need a bit of a better run. Final runs are starting here at this qualifying session. Poconaldo now ahead of Chief. That's gonna probably not be good for Chief's final runs there. Red flag in Baku, and that is Q2 over and done with, I believe. Cars return to the pit lane. Maldonado, Alpine Cinema, Crashy, Living Duck, and a couple of others in danger as Mikey and Mike has continued their traditions there of eating the wall.
One momentary lapse of concentration. It's not going the way the team had hoped today.
Mike Binsett in quali. Time until session restarts. We could get maybe a run in here. I don't know. 2:29. It's going to be close. Every car needs to jump out of the pit lane and get around here. One shot qualifying has been unlocked. Unless the AI decides to stay in. And they do decide to stay in. With that, Nance, Mourinho, Living Duck, who was improving, Tragedy, Alpine, Maldonado is out. Mike through the Q3. Mike is through to Q3 here with that crash. And yes, he will be starting the pit lane. So I think we have our starting three here. Slowminton, Dub, Masterenio, and Crashdoor should also be finding himself starting. And on the second line here. I can't. I'm broken. You had some troubles in the first corner. You didn't realize it was there. Like, bro. This is why I didn't want new components, but you didn't crash, Floof. You weren't someone who found the wall. Stop crashing. I love how everyone's advice, the Alpines, is stop getting failures, stop crashing, get a new TP who doesn't cook your car. Okay, let's see how the first runs do here. Van der Ven has been setting purple sectors, only to have them taken away from Mortel. And he does, in fact, go pretty quick here. Slowminton, I believe, currently on pole as things stand. Yeah, how is this going to actually turn out? It's basically just Slowminton. I don't even remember who else doesn't have a penalty here. It's hard to say. Pocanaldo, do you have a penalty? No, you don't, do you? Yes, you do. This is gonna be a little bit weird. If I get new components, I crash. If I don't crash, I have mechanical failures. The life of no investments into durability, as it stands. Final runs are starting here. Let's see where we go. Mortel has been quick this weekend. 2/10 up in the first sector on his teammate and on Master here with a purple set. What can the Haas driver do? He had a decent start to the season, been falling off in the middle, and are going to need to score some points here if they want to be involved in the championship. Really needs a win to get going. 40.8 in the middle and a 25.2 in the final sector does not mean improvement. Chief is currently 4th fastest. Master only did 7th. What can the others do here? Seems like there's going to be similar times all around. Very similar first sectors here. 2/10 is different right now. Bolo is a 35.6, 40.8. Gonna need a good final sector. But it's not really playing for anything here for most of these guys, to be fair. That is very close. Top 3 separated by 600s here. No 400s. As Lowminton actually improves with 2 yellow sectors. That's kind of nuts. Dub. 500s between 1st and 4th place. That's a pretty close field. I'm pretty sure that was the first time I found myself in Q3. You found yourself in Q3 by crashing. That is actually kind of funny. So Mattel will be getting, I believe, a point for pole position. Even though he is getting penalized. Zolmington will be starting on pole, yes. Okay, let's see how many vehicles line up with him in the pit lane. I believe it's going to be a lot.
Well then, it's not long until we get started here.
That would be true, yeah, Pocanaldo. I believe. Okay, so no pit lane starts because you switch components. Okay, so maybe I should explain this a little bit. Mike is in the pit lane because he switched component after the race weekend began. The rest of you aren't because you switched your components before the race weekend began. So you're actually safe from the pit lane rule. That doesn't mean you aren't going to be penalized, though. As you can see, Slowminton, Dub, Masterenio, and Maldonado, top 4. And then we have everyone in order for the back test. Qualifying 20th, starts 6th. And Colapinto has somehow magicked his way into 8th. Or was Colapinto the 20th? I don't actually remember at this point. But the order has been shuffled based on the penalties. So let's get this underway. Good start for Slomerton, gets away cleanly. Maldonado immediately goes on the offensive here against Red Bull, up into 3rd place. And we see a little bit of Aston Civil War further back. Hotel in 8th, Filipinto in 9th at the moment, Bolo in 10th ahead of Chief. And we'll have to see how this race develops. It should be a more of an interesting one, since it is going to be a fully dry race here at Baku. It could still be decided by safety cars. It would not surprise me in the slightest if that is the case. Out of Q1, starting P8. Yeah, exactly. How is everyone bunched up? Well, pretty well. Tess with a mechanical fault immediately. Maybe Aston 2 should have eaten a penalty here. But Aston could once again play the role of a barrier. And we are going to kind of see it here with Tess and Edster. They're slow in the corners, but they're quick on the straights. And the straights are your best chance of getting an overtake done. So the failure here is going to give, in this case, Mortel a chance to get by. Because, let's face it, Tess isn't as quick as they could be. But if Edster and Tess manage to get DRS on each other, look at that top speed difference. Well, DRS helps, of course. But as long as Tess and Edster are hard customers to get by, the top 5 here could have a pretty good race just purely due to that. We'll have to see how it develops, though, over the course of the next few laps. Maldonado is not happy with where he is. Wants to get dub. But yeah, everyone is basically bunched up Poconaldo because of, as I mentioned, Mike has picked up a mechanical fault, even with a full set of fresh components. What have they done to this man's car? Why is Alpine such a shit show? You broke your ERS in that crash, and they gave you a new engine, they gave you a new gearbox, but they did not give you a new ERS. They did not give you a new ERS. They decided 27% is good enough. We're doing the last 3 races on 23%, 27%. We are broke. Good luck, brother. Good luck, brother, is what they decided for sure here. Astou takes the lead ahead of Slominton and Maldonado. Edster has fallen down to 7th as it stands. And we should see cars moving upwards here. A little bit upwards, a little bit sideways, a little bit downwards too, maybe. We shall see. I can't catch a break. It's Floof's fault. Mike, just point fingers at Floof. He's the biggest Alpine fan in history. And whenever he celebrates Alpine, they get Alpine squared. They become Alpine version 2.0. It's Friday. We are enjoying a beer. So please don't be mad at me for that. Although beer is not a favorite, it is still good to chill with on a Friday night. Hello, Racing. How you doing? But yeah, I think we'll speed this up a little bit. You guys are eating your tires, even though this is, you know, Baku. We can see Edster managing. We can see Tess managing. And the tire advantage they're building could mean that they could come back and cause a little bit of mayhem here. We've seen it when I play. I can lose good 10 seconds to AI by having better tires when they've done theirs. We can make a bit of a comeback. And we might see that from Edster here. We might see that from Tess. But right now, they're not doing too well. Slominton now in the lead ahead of Dub. The top 5 is still just one big DRS train. Although Duck here is kind of getting left. Mortel as well. Who is going to be the first one to lock up and cause pain and suffering for this train? Is it going to be Maldonado? Is it going to be... Oh. Thought I saw a small incident there, but I guess I was wrong. Mortel is just flying up the order right now. Chief has been stuck in 10th. Mortel has already moved up to 3rd place here. And with that, 6th place improvement in the first 7 laps here. At the cost of Masserinho and Tess for the most part. Bit unfortunate for those two. Hey Nero, I left the Baku race, but I think I have bad components. Can you change my components? I believe you are Masterino analogy. We can swap your components after this race if you wish. Your S4 fixed? It does seem that way, Mike, yes. Who is the Alpine team principal? It is Lando Norris, which sounds weird, but that is literally the guy's username. Lando Norris is the Alpine TP. Right now, we are getting a little bit more calmly situated here. Maldonado is wobbling for a podium. Wilmington is getting away, Dub's getting away, and Tess has had a mechanical fault turn into a major one immediately. And the Aston's race is coming a little bit undone after being given a bit of a free promotion. We'll have to see what that failure is once they cross the line. So we'll speed up to get there, really. We have our first pit stop, Mortel. That's quite, well, not really quite. It is decently early, and is that a hard tire? That's a slow stop, too. Has drivers good work undone by being held in the pit lane. That is all the way to the back of the train on pit stop. Could potentially gotten away with getting out ahead of maybe David here. But that slow pit stop definitely did cost a couple extra seconds. In terms of Tess here, the damage suffered is a faulty gearbox. And honestly, I should probably just refresh everyone before the final race of the season. Well, basically next weekend, so they're ready for the final race. And I think that's going to be the play here. Those who don't have fresh components then, didn't get it this time, will get fresh components in Sandvoort. Makes sense why we're choking? Damn, Mike here, just murdering Lando. Well, I'm out of the points. Was fun when I lost it. It does happen. Martha, though, is doing well right now, up into fourth. And we should be seeing a lot of pit stop very, very soon. Edson now getting a little bit of an advantage out of these tires, as I mentioned. The fact that he can go long on them and could potentially do a medium to soft. But the AI doesn't really conserve. So I think we're going to be seeing 2 to even 3 stops here for most cars. 8x it a bit. Well, we can speed it up a little bit, but we are getting very, very close, as I mentioned here, to the pit stops. And there we go. Master is actually coming in. Mourinho is coming in. Master actually got held up by the RB there, and we have a full safety car deployed. Full safety car deployed now, as Edster has crashed.
Right, we're taking the second corner. Oh, and a fairly substantial crash there, and they'll have to pick themselves
Straight
up
into the
after
wall. Esther is out here. That's going to cause some mayhems in the pits here. Alpines have just pitted, as it turns out. Just like that. Slowminton will lead this heck of a cars in the pits. And everyone should be pitting. And Tez's faulting has escalated, and they are going to be retiring. Both Astons retiring within, basically, not the same, but laps of each other. Bit unfortunate. Medium tire for the Mercedes. What are the Williams crew gonna do? They've elected a hard tire. Maldonado, soft tire. Living Duck here. Hard tire for the other Williams as well. Bolo has gone for a soft tire. Colapinto is being given a medium, but is being held up so long in those pits that is gonna hurt their placement a little bit here. And we do see that those pitted earlier didn't really benefit too much. The order: Slowminton, Dub, Maldonado, Living Duck, Bolo, Chief, Master, Van der Ven, Mourinho, Mortel. Then we have Alpine, Colapinto, Crashly, Pocanaldo, David, Petrov, Nantes, and Nance. Not Nantes, Nance, and Mike. A lot of cars that did get shafted by that safety car. I'm going to have to be perfectly honest here. Mortel even got jumped by his teammate as a result of that. Body parks out. I pitted as soon as safety car came out. Did I save any time? I would have to say no. You've actually lost a couple of positions as a result of that, I believe. You do know, Floof, that with your luck, you're going to get new components in Netherlands and then crash there instead? Which could be funny. Yeah, you did lose positions as a result of that, unfortunately. Soft might actually be the play. I think with the number of cars on medium or hard tires, that's going to be pretty rough. But for Crashity, for Pocanaldo, and for Mike here, the soft tire might actually be the play. I'm not... That might actually be the way to go here, as Maldonado has picked up a failure. Hards are absolutely terrible around here, so just to give you guys an idea of how terrible hards are around Baku. This is the difference between a soft and a hard tire. 8/10. Now the difference between a soft and a hard tire degradation is 500s. Basically, due to that, a soft tire will be quicker around Baku for, well, 16 laps. If both of them are run on normal, both of them are on aggressive, that sort of deal. So, soft tire will be quicker than a hards for 16 laps. A medium tire, which has a 4/10 advantage, will be quicker for 20 laps. You don't want to use a hard here if you can avoid it, because with pit stops being just 19 seconds under a green flag, 14 under a safety or virtual safety car, odds are you can do a medium or a soft tire instead and retain advantage. So yeah, it is a terrible idea to use a hard around here. The AI has elected to do it for both Williams cars. We could see a pretty sad time with the Williams. On the flip side, the hards can go all the way till the end. Quite easily, I dare say. That happens after I try to big brain, not taking opponents to track where crash them more popular. I will flip. Well, you better start practicing your backflips then, Floof. Takes 8 laps for a hard to be quicker than a soft tire. Can I check your fault? Maldonado's failure is 30% gearbox. But yeah, when it comes to soft versus hard, there's 8/10 of a difference, and 500s is basically half of a tenth. So you take those 8/10 times 2, you get 16. When is the next series of the Viewer Championship? Well, this one is finishing today. We might start next weekend, but what I think that we're doing for next season, we're just going to look a little bit about Dubs and Maldonado's fight here while I chat away at this. But basically what I'm thinking for the next Viewer Championship is that we're bringing back F2, which means that we're going to be looking at 30-ish participants. So I'll be opening the registration sometime this coming week, maybe even on Sunday. And we'll allow the registrations run all the way until basically Friday next week, unless all seats fill up. Then we'll run the F2 next weekend, and the week after that, we'll be running the F1 part, basically. So that is my current plan, but we might also postpone it so that we start the next championship in 2 weeks. I'll have to think about how things are going on after I finish this today. Chat a little bit in Discord tomorrow, and then we'll figure out what we're doing. As Maldonado's failure has become a major one. Maldonado could DNF out of this race as a result, if unlucky. Go to the Ferraris for a moment. What are the Ferraris up to? Ferrari's not having a good time. Yeah, soft loose is 0.09. It's the thing. Sorry, I just need to explain this again with the tires. So the soft loose is 0.09, but the hards lose 0.04, and the difference is 0.05 a lap. That's how much time a soft is losing to a hard each lap. But the softs already have an 8/10 advantage. So on that first lap, it's 8/10 faster. On the second lap, it'll be 7.5 tenths faster, then 7 tenths faster, 6.5. You get the idea. So it takes 16 laps like that before the soft tire and the hard tire are equal in pace. 16 laps of racing is what it takes for a hard tire to start being faster than a soft tire, and for a soft tire to be slower than a hard around here. That's what I mean with the softs will be faster for 16 laps. That's when they start to lose out to a hard tire. All right, Nero, bet. If that happens, I'll have to do a backflip. Guys, I will not be showing the change of engines next time because I'll be setting Floof's control and accuracy to 0. I think we all agree that this is a worthwhile endeavor that we all would like to invest in. We might be doing 0 control. I haven't actually decided what we're doing next season, so we'll have to see. But I will be ironing out the TP rules. I'll be ironing out the car builder rules with some examples just to make life a little bit easier. And basically, I'll also be changing the bidding system to be, or each batch be on a 24-hour with a system where the TPs can just send me a message that I want to bid up to this amount on a driver, and I'll help and bid for them when I'm online if they haven't done that themselves, that sort of thing. Basically, TPs can also appoint someone else to help them with just the bidding if wanted, that sort of thing. You can now be an assistant TP. Basically, we shall see. Yeah, I appreciate that. Let's get this underway. Maldonado is holding out well here, even with that destroyed gearbox. It's definitely helping the Mercedes driver a ton here, though. Let's not lie. And right now, Living Ducky on the hards is creating a bit of a second train here by leading that train on the hard tires. I want to sleep so bad. We're not stopping you. The stream will be here tomorrow, mind. So that can still happen. You are indeed towing Dub. You are towing Dub with you. And I think you're using Dub as a shield here. You're doing the sign strategy, so to speak. Hotel has not had a good time yet. Chief has had a really good time as a result of this. We'll have to see how much time can Maldonado actually give to Slowminton here, as it does in fact get overtaken. Having a hard time keeping up right now, as Dub has got a mechanical fault. This train right now is going to be very, very detrimental for the soft runners further behind. They haven't really been able to make much of a headway. Pocanaldo, Mike, Crashly, none of them have been able to make any sort of headway here. And we could see Alpine and some of the others here try and go till the end, but I think it is doubtful. So I assume everyone else will need to pit again. Some gambles could be happening further down the order here. We'll have to see how that goes. That is specifically a crash, not a spin, a lockup. If I crash, then I do a backflip. What if you get crashed into, Floof? What if someone takes you out by crashing into you? What does that constitute? What happens in the event that someone absolutely destroys you? That's still a crash. Okay. Virtual safety car. Pocanaldo has been hit with the Floof curse. We talk about a crash, and Pocanaldo says, bet. And go straight into the wall. Learn from the best. Learn from Mike.
Involved in this one. Let's take a closer look. So here we go, heading into turn 1. And there's the contact.
At least he didn't take out his teammate in the process. We've seen that happen before. It's just a virtual safety car, not a full one. So I'll have to see if anyone decides to pit under this one. Gonna slow the race down a little bit. It's gonna help the hard runners that want to go all the way till the end. But yeah, with the difference in tires, going hard till the end is not a good choice. And Bolo is going hard till the end, and it's a slowish stop here. Did he beat him out? He did in fact do that. Is this a good move from our championship leader? I think it is questionable, to say the least. And yeah, Bolo might not be happy with what awaits him in the near future here, as we are going green again. Maldonado, been stuck in the dirty air of the car in front while we've been here, should potentially have some problems with the temperature right now. And yeah, that temperature has spiked up to 130 degrees. That makes it more likely that gearbox is just going to leave his car. That would be very unfortunate for the McLaren crew here. It's going to need to pit again very soon. Yellow flag now. Do we have another turn 1 crash? No. Sector 3. David with the spin.
Let's see what happened there. Nothing at this point. And the rear just lets go.
So now my components are screwed for Sandboard. Do you want your team to buy new ones again, Pokenaldo? Because I'll be doing like a final chance of switching engines at Sandboard. Sandboard will be the final chance. There will be no switching of engines before the final race. Maldonado. Terminal.
And yeah, a terminal failure.
That gearbox has left the car. That's what you get for being teammates with the Floof. Your car just decides that we're done. Just say mind if Ferrari's doing good. Well, Ferrari has just abandoned their car, and we see Maldonado now come in to abandon the race. As Mascherino too picks up a mechanical fault. Our 4th DNF of the day. I've made sure David's driving at good control. What is this bollocks? It's because you had a hand in it, Floof. You should know by now. The curse. That is actually depressing. Yes, you're not wrong. But that is unfortunately the name of the game here. Depression Valley. Could still see something else happen. We see cars coming to the pit lane now. Those are soft tires, 20 laps. That should be doable. Has Master gone for a medium? No, that is a hard tire with 21 laps to go. I need the driver camera. I need Master's actual thoughts at this scenario where they've put hard tires on a Baku with 20 laps to go. We know, we did the math, that Tragedy, who's sitting here and looking at him, put on a soft tire. He's going to be quicker for everything but the last 4 laps of the race. And that was one heck of a roar. Let's just put it like that. But yeah. Tragedy is going to be quicker for all but 4 laps of that remains from this race here. And that's going to be very interesting to see if Master can get anything out of this now. If he's just going to be stuck behind another car and have his engine explode. Which I think could be likely. Mourinho now into the pits. Leading the failure championship, yes. I think you are leading that one, Mike. Tragedy is smiling behind that. Cola now in the pits. I believe those are hard tires. So McLaren has decided to destroy any last shred of hope that both Justin and Cosby has here. I think you'll get like P8. And McLaren was just like, nope, we're not doing that. We're giving you hard tires. Good luck, bro. Good luck. From the McLaren pit wall right there. And we have seen Crashy get past Master, but Master's actually keeping up with the help of the DRS here. And even being able to fire a little bit. So Crashy is actually giving Master a little bit of a helping hand right now. Slowminton has pitted to a soft tire, 19 laps to go here, and 14 seconds to gain on Living Duck here. Chief does also need to pit, and it's going to come out somewhere where the Alpine is right now. So, as it stands, Olo might just get the win by default here, because the hard runners do need to pit again. And we'll have to see if they get reeled in or not. That's going to be the big question here. What times are Slowminton going to set here on the fresh soft versus the other cars on hards as Chief comes into the pit lane? And we have another yellow flag. I don't see damage to the cars. Mascherino has crashed.
It's the Red Bull driver. Clearly unable to take evasive action. Now their confidence will have
That is a destroyed front wing, but I assume Mascherino can continue. And he does in fact continue. He's barely actually just lost his end plate. That could have been way worse. So Mascherino is still fine and continuing this race. Lost about 6 seconds there with that incident. And Chief here comes out ahead of the Alpine, but behind Slowminton. It's going to need a little bit of work to be done here. And as mentioned, we are curious what kind of lap times we're looking for everyone else. 46 is what Bolo's doing. It's a couple of seconds quicker than the cars ahead, with the exception of Ducky, who did a 47. So we'll have to see if that is going to be enough to take the win here. Parker should be miles better. Well, Parker does need to pit again, so we'll have to see what the new tires do for him. Charlie and Master getting flashbacks to a previous life. Hey, I'm still here. You are indeed. And we have another yellow flag. It's not Bolo. It's Master Renio who's had another crash. Just hits the wall straight up. And somehow gets away scot-free again. Just a loss of time. Master Renio is practicing doing the least amount of damage on his crashes by the looks of it. And it is kind of nuts there. David now into the pit lane. I hope there's some soft tires awaiting you. Sauber finally gets the right tire on for the occasion. We are proud of them. Slominton is running 45.9s. Basically a 46. And what that tells us is that he is 1 to 2 seconds a lap quicker than most cars around him. Bolo is pushing, but even he is losing 7/10 a lap right now. Slominton should be able to catch Bolo by the end of this, and is willing to send Dub to the Shadow Realm to get it done. As Master's failure has escalated, and that is bad news on an otherwise very, very bad day, as things are going here. 45.8 versus a 48.5. 2.7 seconds gained on the leader, which puts him in range of attack within the next 4-5 laps. If we can have clean clearing here. Petrov, pitted out on a soft tire. Gonna have to deal with Master, however. And that could be detrimental for his chance of getting back into the points here. Needs a clean sweep here to just get by without getting punted off track. Almost happened there. That was close. I believe the hard runners here are going to try and stretch it till the end. Van der Ven and Living Ducky, both of them are going to be very close to getting in trouble, however, so we'll have to see how that one goes. Polo Pinto now with a mechanical fault. Living Ducky decides this isn't going to work. We're going for the soft tire. Should come out behind both Hasses, however. And fastest lap now for Slominton, a 45 blank, basically. Still around 1.5 to 2 seconds gained a lap. And Van der Ven, almost 4 seconds gained. Well, more than 4 seconds gained right there. Just needs to clear the two cars that are squabbling ahead of him. And he will be free to chase their lead here. Dean likes these forward all these Shaolin Master stunts. Well, it happens. But yeah, Slominton now has cleared his teammate. His teammate might find it though. And he's now to get past the Red Bull. Are you Floof? Are you gonna be quicker? Let me guess. Floof said I was gonna be quicker, and then again it was just like, nah, that's a failure, man. That's a failure for you. Oh, impeccable timing. The game knows what we want, clearly. But yeah, Van der Ven, Nance, both of them into the pits here. The Alpine is gonna need find a lot of pace here at the end. Soft tire, but a slow stop. Slow stop is not what was needed. Motel is going to need to pit. Dub is going to need to pit. Let's just face it. Anyone that doesn't pit is kind of crazy at this point. Because the soft tire is going to gain 2+ seconds lap on you. And you'll get the time back in 10 laps time. The only reason to stay out here is to hope for a safety car. Which I think a lot of them are doing at the moment. Dub and Motel are just basically destroying Living Ducky's tires right now. That's what's going on here. I never want to hear you try and claim you're as unlucky as me again. Chief with fastest lap. Up into the podium places here. Could also contend for the win. Depending on how Bolo and Slominton fight this one out. If Bolo can keep with Slominton and Chief, if they do get held up, we could see Bolo's tires come back towards the end of this. Potentially, if the other two stay in here sturdy and get burnt. We'll see. Hotel, getting to that 30% mark where you don't really want to be. Needs to find the pit lane here, really. Needs to find away into the pit lane, and it's just not doing it. It's overtaken there by Mourinho. I'll be moving up as it stands. Alpine Cinema goes into the pit lane. Soft tire waiting. Should be a full attack till the end, potentially. It's going to get overtaken, I believe, by Crashity even, maybe. Just about. And that is going to make the Mercedes driver's job a little bit harder. Brave on the brakes, though. And does move up into 9th ahead of the Sauber. Hotel, Dub, as I mentioned, both of these near pits, so they should be 2 free, not really pit stop, but 2 free clears. But the more people are being held up, the better for Alpine Cinema here. Mourinho, about to get Dub. He's trying to get Dub, but that Williams does have some straight line speed. Fastest lap now goes to waste of Ducky. Gets by with relative ease. Motel now in the pit lane. The Haas driver, who started out pretty well, has fallen off at the end here. 13th place at the moment. Soft tires on the car. I should be able to go pretty quick towards the end there. As fast as lap goes the way of Ducky. Getting half a second on the car in front is well and good. Getting 1.5 seconds on the cars further ahead is a lot better. And again, depending on what Bolo does here, we could actually see a lot of cars get close together by the end of this. Dub needs to come into the pit lane. 10 laps to go here. He's less than 30%. He stays out 1 more lap here. The Williams are throwing this away a little bit. That's Alpine Cinema now. That's a new fastest lap. 44.211. Mascherino into the pits here. And honestly, they should just have retired him, I feel. No real chance of scoring points no matter what happens, unless everyone crashes, which would also be very, very cinematic and wild. Chief now, catching Slowminton. Parker may get a point, is cashing by a lot. So Petrove is running pretty quick. With the cars ahead, he should get Colapinto easily, and as I mentioned, a Dub shouldn't be a problem. It's just how much are these guys going to squabble ahead? That's going to be the big question. Colapinto might even score a point here, but he's going to need to defend. And that's how you do it. You get your elbows out and send the Ferrari into the wall. Crashly might have a bit of a bad ending to this race. And honestly, Slowminton and Chief might do that too. Sorry for my hiccups. We have a yellow flag. Mike with damage. Crash involving multiple vehicles. Mike, what are you up to? Just nearly shunts the Williams into the wall there. Tells him to go back to the pit lane before you get in trouble, son. And that finally does dive into the pit lane here. Mike with a penalty. Alpine absolutely throwing away any chance of points there with that, I think. There's too many cars too close there. Excuse me again. There's too many cars and they're too close. And he doesn't have the tires really to get a 5-second advantage here. That penalty could very well have ended his race here at the moment. Colapinto is getting held up, and he's not happy about it, but our advantage is going his way. Dub now with a mechanical fault. The Williams has not had a good time here. Was running in a fairly high position for most of it. Then got absolutely shafted. It is not as if Cosby literally just cursed the Alpine in the Disco server. What did he do? I might need to take a look at it. And that holds me up as well. Indeed, it does, Floof. But you are in the points. For a second time this season. Alpine Masterclass indeed. And yeah, I'm sorry. I have some pretty aggressive hiccups right now. As you can probably hear. And then Mike crashes. Wow. You heard it here first. Cosby is interfering with other teams' radios. Punishment incoming. If I didn't get qualifying, that would have been up there, the top 3. Well, you can always hope. You can always hope. Chief and Slowminton are going to have a battle here, but tire advantage right now is in Bolo's hands. This is when it was expected to start to turn, and it is in fact going to be turning in Bolo's favor here. And with a win, we can see Bolo move 21 points out of Master Chief, and Absolute Cinema is only his real competitive here. And that's going to be a bit of a problem. Bolo is performing as a champion right now. We shall see. We now have Colapinto with a major failure. Colapinto could fall out of the points again with this. We have Mortel right behind him. We have Petrov who could get clear mic here, and he does. And with that, Colapinto could easily lose enough time that he will be falling out of the points. Floof, 3 seconds before this happened, proudly stated that he would never crash. He didn't crash, but he got penalized anyways. This is actually very, very funny. The Petrov is coming. You cannot stop the inevitable. The Ferrari is coming for you. And if we take a look at Floof's car here, Colapinto, that engine is about to say bye-bye. Is the engine going to go bye-bye before the end of this? We shall see. Right now, we have Slowminton here, actually catching Bolo. Slowminton is not willing to give this up without a fight, and Mike does go into the pits to serve their penalty and get some soft tires on. Bit late, in my opinion. New front wing as well, apparently. They are praying for that red flag or safety car. Well, not really a red flag, but a safety car indeed. Slowminton has been dropped again. Got close to Bolo, but couldn't get it done. We have Van der Ven and Alpine trying to chase down Mourinho. But as I mentioned, Alpine Cinema is probably quicker than Mourinho. But Mourinho is quicker than Van der Ven right now because of the tire usage. So for the AI, the tires have worked. And Petrov now is lining up Colapinto. The main straight is coming up. And with that, we could see a changing position here. The McLaren driver has been fighting so hard for these points. And Petrov might just take them away like nothing. Is that what is going to happen here? As Petrov bullets the way by, I think McLaren has better straight line speed as it turns out. But with the inside line, not much to be done with the Ferrari. Ferrari up into 10th. And the final point currently in Ferrari's hands. Meanwhile, Mourinho has been overtaken by both Alpine Cinema and Van der Ven. And Cinema here is not done. Wants to get him to 5th place here. And try also to chase down Ducky, which is going to be pretty difficult. But 5th place would still be an acceptable finishing position for the Mercedes driver here. Tires are going. And right now, Alpine Cinema did get by. Shame that I clicked off. Sorry for that. Mourinho will be wanting to get at least a 6th place finish back. We'll have to see if he can keep that up. Nance now gets past Colapinto. Falls down to 12th. This downfall needs to be studied. As things are. Currently though, not much going on. Mourinho will be having a chance to get past Van der Ven. And Colapinto will be trying to get 11th place back. But it will be a little bit difficult, I think. Damn it, Shane Floof didn't backflip. Yeah, that's for next race. Petro takes away this point like candy from a baby. Why do I even have hope anymore? Indeed, hope's bad. Hope makes you feel good. And then the game just says, nah, we don't deal in hope around here. Chief is catching up on Slowminton. We could have a change for 2nd place by the end of this. Mourinho can't really get the move done on Van der Ven just yet. Is trying though, trying desperately. But the question is going to be, can Chief keep up with Slowminton? And get the RS on the main straight here as the final lap is about to start here. Bolo it's not too far off. I really thought that was Bolo for a second. I didn't realize it was just just a couple of seconds ahead. But yeah, Schiffer has gotten DRS on Slowminton. And it's going to be a close final lap here. Bolo with advantage, as the other two will squabble. And of course, the 1.8 second lead isn't harming him either. And can Chief now get by? Gonna have the inside line. Doesn't send it. Next corner. Still doesn't send it. And Mourinho too hasn't been able to get that 6th place from Van der Ven. Can Chief do anything with the remaining with the remaining lap length here? I don't think so, but Mike can get fastest lap for Alpine. It's a final screw you from the Alpine team here. And while Nance is very, very close to Petrov here, I think it's going to be a little bit too little too late. Same can kind of be said here for Chief. But Chief does have the benefit of Slipstream, does have the benefit of DRS here. But it's not going to be enough. Bolo wins. Slowminton takes 2nd. Chiefs comes 3rd. Living Duck takes 4th. Alpine Cinema gets 5th. And Van der Ven is still trying to hold off Mourinho here. But I think it's going to be enough. 6 goes away with Red Bull. 7 to RB. Motel, after a promising start, ends up 8. With Tragedy scoring a couple of points here for the Sauber. And Petrov did take it all away. Unfortunately here, for Colapinto, who had hopes of scoring some more points this season. And those hopes have been dashed immediately. A couple of punctures and Colapinto's back in this. I don't think we've actually had a puncture yet this season, to be fair, David. Or Daniel, sorry. We actually haven't had a puncture this season. Mola Bolo improves 9 positions. Chief 8. Cinema 9. A lot of improved positions and a lot of lost positions. The gamble to stay on the old components clearly did not pay off for most of these guys, unfortunately. Drivers' Championship then. Bolo in a very, very good position here. Going to be very hard to topple by the end of this. Ocanaldo drops down to 6th, Edster to 7th. And the championship boys are side by side at the moment. Hotel, 9th, and Masterenio 10th. Solminton up to 4th here. Living Ducky 5th. I think this gives us a bit of a fight in the constructors. 130 versus 108 versus 101. 2 races to go right now. And Alpine has yet to score points. Tragedy rarely comes alone. Pace gone, hope gone, backflips certain. Damn. So the hope has abandoned the Floofster, is what I'm hearing. If I later had a good qualifying, I would have won, honestly. I was so fast in the end. Well, fast at the end and a good qualifying are things you should get done before the race starts. Give me them components. Okay. I shall give you those components, and we'll take a look at the cars again. And yes, Pocanello, if you wish, after that crash, you can switch them all out again. Mike made me lose the race win. At least Alpine keeps on getting blamed for things, even though they don't score points. That is kind of funny, AFN. At least you get to score points. True. At least the Mercedes team gets to score points, even if they're screwing with, even if Alpine is screwing with them. This is my luck. Alpine P10 and my team P9. I will be checking for upgrades. Yes, we'll see if there's been anything chic here. We might as well check with the editor, because we all know that it's very reliable when it said that Alpine was the best team on the grid. It is good for looking at stats, really, but honestly, it's better to just look in-game. It gives you a better idea. It's just a little bit more cumbersome. I'm not going to lie there. Nero, Mike literally crashed. What am I supposed to do? Reverse gravity. Clearly, AFN, you're supposed to not let him crash. Of course. What do you mean? You need to coach him so he doesn't crash, AFN. That's how you solve that issue. God, everyone knows it. Super simple. Just don't crash the car. I need so many more points to catch Bolo. Well, good for you that it's double points in the final race, and if Bolo has a bad one, anyone within the 50 points reach could catch him. Okay, so the order of business, we're first going to switch the engine components, and as I said, this is going to be the final chance. There's not going to be any switching of components before we go to Brazil. So, with that in mind, I am going to basically swap anyone who has damaged their components. They will be getting force-fed components even if they're not here. So, we'll get that sorted. Let me just find the save file, and then we'll swap screens. Get everything sorted here, as it were. So just like that, should now be ready to do some parts fixing. Okay, car parts. Need powertrains. So they've given you your new engine now, Pinto. You have received your new engine. Pocanaldo, you are down to 67. Do you want to start in the pit lane again? You'll have to make a decision there. Did you know that I'm apparently responsible for world hunger as well? Yes, it is well known, Floof. Everyone knows you're responsible for world hunger, every war. Anything bad that ever happened in humans' history can be sourced back to you. Can you check my stats? Your stats or your car? It's still 0.1? It is. So they've given you a fresh engine, Master right now. And Living Duck is going to get a fresh component here. I'm going to give it to both the Astons because Aston just isn't going to give it to them. Let's be honest. But yeah, they're giving you a fresh engine. Crashdor Maldonado, Justin, 42%. I assume you want a new one. I assume your teammate Floof would want a new engine here. Yep. ERSs. Petrov's ERS is about to explode. What do we do about that, Pocanaldo? Do you wish to refresh the ERS of your teammate and his components? Because I will allow that since Petrov isn't here. And this is basically going to explode either today at Sandboard, or worse, the AI is going to keep it for the final race of the season. One of those two is going to happen. I'm not going to lie. That is how the AI does things. That is very likely going to be the outcome here. Can I refresh my ERS? You can, Mike. And as a result of that, I will refresh all your car parts. We'll just do this for that one. Oh, not 101. And we'll hide the Floof again. So I can damage thing qualifying? Sure. Probably switch. Let's not risk it. Yeah. I know. My Dun Floof is bound to that key. So we'll have to live with Dun Floof for a second while I fix this. Knowledge should be 0. Or 1. Why is this being annoying now? There we go. I think that's correct. It looks correct. And next up we have ERSs. What creates different fuel efficiencies? The power in this case. Okay, that needs to be refreshed then. What else? The Williams have been given new ones. No, the Williams have not been given new ones. They didn't get new things either. And Marcus Petrov gearbox should be okay. Masters need a new one. Like this. Honestly, Williams also should have new components. They're about to explode. Ren's, Mike, do we want to give him new stuff? We want to give Ren's new stuff? I think we do. Yep, we'll give him new stuff as well. I think that is it then. Ren's has good stuff otherwise, so let us just do it like this. And we are ready now to jump back into the game, I do believe. Shame that I haven't actually gotten to use the crash things too much. I kind of forget. There's too much going on today. But I'll try and remember the last couple of races because it is funny. Okay, I am just going to transfer the save file here. And then we are going to jump right back into this. Doesn't even matter. He's going to get 10 mechanical failures. He's not crashing, so he might have a chance. We shall see. We shall see indeed. What is your opinion on changing the car building next season? It is going to be changed next season. The cooling's going to be changed. The cornering's going to be changed. And we'll have a higher starting point too, a little bit. So are going to be something to change things. There's a car upgrades. Car analysis. So I'm still first in everything but high speed. So someone has improved that. I'm now 15th. Someone's also overtaking me in tire preservation. That should be Aston. But let's see here. Let's start with last time winner, which was the RB. It's a very midfield car. It's 9.7, basically third, fourth best car all around. But it has most of its all around in the pace stats. Ferrari. Good at high speed tracks. Not as good anywhere else. Let's be honest. But we shall see. I think buff everything to 40, except 38 to 60. I'll have a look at it, Floof. You can post your suggestion channel. I'll take that into consideration too. Okay, McLaren. You have terrible cornering. And you do have some decent pace stats otherwise, but nothing super good, let's be honest. That DRS is not helping you guys as much as you probably hoped. I'm not gonna lie. Red Bull. Still a shitbox. Their sister team is better in every aspect but tire preservation. The RB here definitely has not worked to its full potential. Mercedes. First in high speed. First basically medium speed. And has some decent low speed cornering as well. Very close to the other teams, which is probably giving it a little bit of an edge. We'll have to see how this is going to work though in Brazil. The tire preservation is definitely helpful versus the RB. The Alpines. Should be able to fight for points, which was kind of where they ended up last race, even with the even with what was going on. And Williams is no longer the best cornering team. Mercedes has taken that crown from them, and that is interesting because I think there's also another team that is better than Williams at low speed corners, and it is Haas. Haas is also still predominantly a cornering team, but they are better than the RB, and they should be beating the RB. Really. So that could be very, very interesting. Sauber. Slowest car on track. In terms of top speed. Not helping. But should still be competitive with 9th, 11th. We should be seeing point scoring finishes from them. Which we aren't really seeing as much. And Aston Martin, still the fastest guys on track. Still the worst in the corners. They need a little bit of straight line to get a good result. And unfortunately, Baku was one of those tracks, but they did have both their drivers DNF. And that is not good. Really, I should have taken the penalties for Aston at, what was it? At Suzuka, so I could try and use top speed in Baku. But I didn't, and that's a bit of a shame. The RB car is the middest mid to ever mid. So if I mention it here and in suggesting twice likely to do it, I'm half as likely to ignore it if you just mention it as suggestions. If you mention it here as well, you get double the ignorance from me, Floof. We may not use that mod next season, Floof, that keep that in mind. That's going to change things too. But I feel like the light version just has... It's still good because it limits the amount of overtakes and it does make dirty air matter. Like in the base version of the game, dirty air doesn't matter. With the light version, we're still getting overtakes. We're still having some battles. So we might continue using that. Maybe with a couple of tweaks. Should be able to fight for points, stop lying to us. You should be able to, Mike. You were close last time around. Is the maximum for high speed 5G? If you're talking about this, no, it should be a little bit higher than that. If I'm not mistaken. It might be 3, 4, 5. I don't actually remember. I don't remember. But with that said, Netherlands is upon us. It's gonna get wet. Bring your umbrellas. It's 5, 7, 8. Yeah, that's for the performance on the cars themselves. But I don't think it goes like that in the summary sheet, basically, for the cars. I think it's a good balance, upgrade to the base game, but also means the best cars don't always blitz through. Yeah, I feel like it's good, honestly. I feel like the mod is doing its job, so to speak. With that said, though, it is light rain. Quali is upon us. Let's jump straight into it.
Green light.
Is it gonna get drier? It's gonna get wetter. It's gonna get wetter. It's a one-shot quali here. At the start of the qualifying session. One shot. Living Duck is out first. Who is gonna get shafted by a slower car in front of them? Who's gonna get stuck behind the Astons here? We see one Aston out. And I see orange behind. I see Williams behind. It is in fact Dub. And it's a Cola. It is Dub and Cola. But Cola should be far enough back that it shouldn't matter. But we shall see here who gets held up by the Aston powertrain. I also see a Sauber and a Haas potentially being held up by an Aston here. Which could make this a lot more fun. Please, I need a podium here to continue my championship campaign. Of course I'm behind the Aston. But yeah, Living Duck here. Got out quickly. Maybe a little bit too quick. We see Mike actually going quicker. And right now, Mike is the quickest non-me car on track until Poconaldo took that. And we have a yellow flag in a one-shot quali. Who has had an incident?
Currently P1.
It's Edster with a spin on turn 1. Is he going to hold anyone up? As soon as the lap starts, he spins, but he should be off track and shouldn't be able to cause problems for the others there. That is Edster out in Q1, very, very likely. But on the flip side, he wasn't able to hold anyone up, as Cola has lost 6 tenths in the first sector compared to some cars. Currently, Maldonado in danger, David in danger, Mike in danger. We are waiting for other cars here to finish their laps. Van der Veer up to 3rd. Where can Petrov go? 3rd. Colapinto is out. No way no one improves over him here. Colapinto is out as things stand. Chief is out as things stand. What can Edster do? Goes into pit lane. Gives up. Gonna try again. Mourinho here. Very late lap and a lot of traffic to get through. I don't think that's gonna be helpful to you. My buddy here. What is your lap going to be here? It is going to be not good enough. Edster, Colpinto, David, Mourinho, and Chief in danger, but there might be enough time to get one more lap in that is competitive before the end of qualifying. Why am I not surprised? Hey Floof, it is me again. You have bottled quali once more. Stop the bottle. Edson now is going to have a lot of traffic to get through. And that is just going to make his job even worse. The confidence is already gone. And with a green 3rd sector on the outlap, that's not what you want to see. Improvement in the first sector. We'll see improvements in every sector because he did spin in the first one. Can he get a good run? I think 26.3 is too slow though. 25.8, that's more like it. So Edster is probably still going to be out here, unfortunately. There is a Haas though. Is it Chief again? Chief is behind the other Aston. Chief in danger as things stand. Running behind the other Aston Martin here. And yeah, Edsa's out. No improvement. Colapinto, no improvement in that first sector. David is improving. Could get out of danger here, potentially. Chief, a terrible first sector. Poor middle sector here from David. Poor middle sector from Colapinto. And with a poor middle sector from Chief, that one-shot quali seems to have done the trick here. Chief is out. Mourinho's out. David's out. Colapinto's out. And Edsa is going to be out here in Q1. As it's only expected to get more and more wet unless someone here pulls out an amazing lap. And Mourinho, while improving in the second sector, did not manage to make that happen. I think my qualifying average might be P18. I don't think you're wrong, Floof, is the thing. I think that would be very, very close to actual... the actual average. Maybe your first qualifying session brings it up a little bit, but it could be close. Okay. Final chances here. We see Colapinto improve in the first sector. 1/10 improvement. That's not enough. Needs to find 7/10. Improvement in the middle sector. Probably not enough, though. As we see Dub go a lot quicker. Where can Colapinto place that car? No improvement in the final sector means no improvement at all. And as mentioned, Maldonado here just barely survives. Oh, hey, P2. Grab this through indeed. Nero, will I start in the pit lane or on grid? You should be starting on grid, but you will suffer one of these, a penalty. So there'll still be a lot of penalties here. And as mentioned, you'll start on the grid. The only reason you start in pit lane is when the AI changes your components after you're done with qualifying, basically, or during qualifying. Okay, I think we're having another one-shot qualifying session as it's going to start raining a little bit later. Sleuth, can we put some Subway Surfers in the top there? Damn. Will I ever finish in the top 10 in the championship? My best season placing is 12th. Not this season, I think, Floof. That would require a win in the final race, which would be biblical, but very unlikely. Let's not lie. Please, Rebel 1-2. You can only pray, yes. You only start from the pit lane if you're driving for Alpine. Alpine debuff, indeed. To be fair, Floof, wouldn't surprise me if Alpine wins the championship while you're TP, just because you can't get anything done as a driver. Okay, first run completed. We are seeing some quick laps there, 24-7 from Slowminton. 25-1 for both Alpine Cinema and Poconaldo. It's not what you need in the first sector. And we have another yellow flag. Poconaldo picked up some damage. Lock up on turn 11.
Here we are, we're looking at turn 11. The brakes couldn't cope. What caused that, I wonder?
That is very likely underfloor damage, and Poconaldo out. Unless he jumps in the pits and does some very quick runs here. Poconaldo does go into the pits. That is unfortunate for him. Slowminton faster so far. Austrania, we have currently Mike, Mortel, Tess, Alpine Cinema in danger. Where is Van de Ven gonna place? 7th, pushing Living Duck down. So Living Duck, Alpine Cinema, Tess, Mortel, Mike, and Poconaldo find themselves in danger at the first crossroad here. And just a small tent improvement could be the difference between staying or getting knocked out. We'll have to see. Rain is starting in a minute, but it's going to be very, very slow. And Poconaldo finally comes out of that pit lane and needs to get a lap in here quick. Hopefully you have some adaptability to help you, because the rain is going up very, very slowly. So if you can put together a good lap here, you could still have a chance of getting through. At least Alpine means I can't do a worse job as TP. My luck cannot be worse. May I introduce you to Floof? Mercedes, why did you send me out side by side with my teammate? Clearly to rile you up. Improvement by Poconaldo in the first sector, so a little bit of rain is clearly just helping. It's the tire water taking effect, allowing Pocanaldo to go quicker than he otherwise would. We'll have to see if that is good enough, though, to get through qualifying. That is up to 9th. An improvement, even on a wet track here. Pushes Maldonado into the danger zone. And we see no improvements right now from anyone else. 24-9. That is similar to Pocanaldo, though. This isn't over. It's just 200s between them. And Alpine is in danger once more. Is Maldonado going to take this little piece of happiness away from Alpine? 25-1 for Nance is not good enough. 25-1 from Maldonado is not good enough. But the final sector comes together. And he does improve his time up to 8. Nance now in danger. And he is a few tenths down here on Maldonado. He's going to need a beautiful final sector to get anything out of this. And it does not go his way. Nance is currently out. And the rest of the crew here are just sitting in the pit lane, accepting their fate. Pocanaldo is holding on by the thinnest of hairs here. Just 100th of a second between going through or getting eliminated here. And if you take 1/10... that's the difference between 8th or 13th. And Alpine has stayed in the pit lane. I love how Bo is winning the championship. And he doesn't even know because he's not been active in the Discord. It happens. People might not have time analogy, and that's fine. But Bolo is actually... That's good. That's amazing. Bolo's just silently enjoying what's going on, I guess. Send me out, Mercedes. Why is it taking 5 years? Because they're not sending you out. They decided that you are staying in the pit lane. Because there's so many penalties going your way, you might still start in the top 5 as things stand. So you're not in a bad position. AFN. It is okay to not be super angry. Luckily, Cornelia isn't here to see your rage. And this one, it is going to dry up towards the end, so it's going to be basically the final run that's going to be important. I'm just going to take myself a little bit of a moment here to catch up to chat, because there is some rage going on. McLaren in the wet Q3 3 out of 3 times. Well, to be fair, Floof, it's just one both Laren that is making it into the Q3. I heard I'm winning the championship, is what Christopher says. Mercedes AI are the worst ever. They're too scared I'd crash to send you out. That's honestly good enough. Crash it here, setting purples. I got through with 0.2 millimeter rain and floor damage. Pocanaldo's crowning achievement right there, by the sounds of it. This is year's championship coming down your balls. What? But yeah, currently dubbed quickest, Polo second, Crashley third, then we have Petrov, Vanderveer, Pocanaldo, Slominton, Marcelino, and Maldonado. As it is going to get drier. So this is basically just the bankers. Maldonado 7/10 off in the boat. It's not good news for McLaren. They need a little bit more from the boat, as it does perform best when it is at the wettest. We have Master going out early here. That could backfire tremendously. But I appreciate the effort. It is going to get drier and drier and drier. You really want to go out as late as you can. I'll have to see if this is going to backfire for the Red Bull team. They haven't had the best of strategy this season, nor development. See you later, mind. Enjoy some sleep. It is good for you. Have a good night. Slominton pole could definitely happen. Marcelino is setting purples. He is setting the times to beat here, but as I mentioned, it is getting slowly drier and drier here. So things could still change massively. Purple sector now from the other Red Bull. Taken away by Dub, 2/10 quicker. Until he did that.
Things look fine here. And the controls lost. In the end, just a helpless passenger.
That deserves one of these. Dub had a good chance until he spun. Van der Ven takes that purple middle sector. Master has set the time to beat 15.5. Teammate is probably going to beat it here, I'm not going to lie. 3/10 quicker. Pocanaldo second, Petrov third, Maldonado 4. But everyone here is setting purple sector. Slowminton, where is he going to end up? Second fastest. We have a Red Bull on pole. Van der Ven, who had a terrible start to this season, is finally starting to awaken. And Bolo, the championship leader, finds himself in 8th. Not the best starting place in a rain race, but we will see how it actually is going to develop. But yeah, Van der Ven, Slowminton, Pocanaldo, Crashity, Petrov, Maldonado, Mascherino. And then we have Bolo and Dub. Bit of a shame there from the Williams driver to have that little moment. Caught on live cameras indeed. Dean has finally learned how to drive. But with the penalties here, Mola Bolo's bad performance doesn't really matter much. Because he's going to start on the second row. And with all these penalties, we'll be seeing Cinema here start on the third row. Mortal side by side with him, and then we will have Master Chief and Mourinho, if I'm not mistaken. So all in all, it doesn't really, this quality didn't really matter too much. If I may have calmed down now, we shall see. Welcome back, Lando. Alpine have scored 0 points so far. They are winning the failure championship, though, I'll give you that. As the TP asked you to change your stats, but you see beyond stats that paid off. Hopefully after the warning. Shane is going to crash out of P1. Could happen, yes. The pit lane poll, I don't think any one of you assigned the pit lane. It's going to rain the entire time and degradation is going to be high enough. Now we could see probably 1 to 2 pit stops around here. It's going to be interesting the entire time. Let me make sure I sign the pit lane because I almost made a huge mistake. But yeah, the fact that my driver, there's 11 cars being punished. Minimum. This time around. Let's see where everyone starts.
The anticipation is really building here. The fans in attendance. The drivers are ready and the crowds are waiting. It's the Dutch Grand Prix.
It is the Dutch Grand Prix here.
It's lights out.
Lights out, away we go. I'm the only one in the pit lane. Slowminton with a terrible start here. It's going to allow Crashly to get involved, but the inside line saves him a little bit here, I think. And Bolo moves up to, well, retains 4th here, really. And is trying to keep that against Alpine Cinema. Alpine Cinema not really willing to give it up, though, but will have no choice. And further back here, we have Mourinho versus Chief. For 7th. I think that battle has gone the way of Mourinho. Very likely here. No, the Haas with a brave overtake on the outside. Pocanaldo and Petrov, 12th and 13th. We have an Alpine in the points. Let's see what Maldonado and Colapinto can do here. And for Edson and Taz, this race is going to be a test of patience, I do think. But with that said, the first lap is underway. Who manages this race the best is going to be very, very important. And we do see the top 4 here has actually started on worn into tires. So that means tires could be a bit of a problem this time. Bit of a problem. I'm probably still in points due to this. Well, soon, maybe. You'll have to put a little bit of work in. But it's not impossible, as the Duck here tries to get the Alpine. I have some sort of Dutch relation, and that means points. Well, it hasn't meant it for the 6 other races, Lando. Retire. Oh, yes. Thank you for the reminder. I do need to retire. We did some laps this time.
Please confirm in box. We are retiring the car.
My apologies, they are now retired. I did get a little distracted, let's just put it like that. No one's getting fast lap point anymore. It is going to be dry periods here. So the fastest lap point can change. It can, in fact, change very, very quickly. And I have a possible ban evader in the Twitch chat, so we are just gonna chuck him away. Just like that. Now I'm ready to jump back into this, so it should be okay. Alright, it is wet. It is a bit of procession. We'll speed this up a little bit while I catch up with you all. Smite the bot. I have, in fact, smited the bot. Basically, David, I'm streaming to Twitch too. For those, basically, it's just for a couple of people, mainly who have been struggling with YouTube streams being poor quality. It's not only Floof, it's a couple others as well. So I'm streaming to Twitch as well for basically those, for those who find a better experience there, basically. Anyone but Ren score points, I'd be making fun of this just to go score points. Orlando, I'm gonna need a little bit of clarity on that one. Gonna get a snack back in a little bit. Okay, so Cosby has gone to get a snack. I need Crashity to crash out. I need Crashity to fulfill his destiny, as it were. And crash out here. That would be the dream. As Van de Ven takes fast lap and then immediately has it snatched up by Crashity. 2 stoppers incoming, very likely with 10 laps and 30%, more than 30% for Master down here and Dub. Tire burnt. We're definitely going to see some number of pit stops here. It is not the driest that it's going to be, however, so it is allowing for some change in lap times there, but it's just 1 second between most cars. It is still just one big procession, which could hint that all of them are managing tires a little bit, which is weird though, that they're burning them this quickly. The large portion of food is hitting me. Let me rephrase what's happening in here. Thank you, Mando. I was a little bit confused. Alpine's in the points. We're finally scoring here. Alpine was in the points last time too, and they didn't score, so don't get too excited. Dub did in fact box here, and I'm very curious, how much quicker is Dub's tires going to be compared to everyone else? Because Dub is on fresh now. We have Master on 39%. I don't know what Red Bull have done to their car, but Master is just eating those for a snack. And look at the time gained here from Dub. Look at the time gained. 19, fastest lap here. So Dub is doing 19.6. 20.6 is what the top runners are doing. It's a second gained a lap with an expected pit lane time of 21 seconds. So Dub right now would jump up basically ahead of Petrov. And for every following lap here, he'll be jumping up even further. So not going to be a massive improvement, but it's going to help a little bit. I'm celebrating those backflips. True indeed. Apparently Dub only had that first lap in him. Now it's gone down to basically the same pace as some of the others here, keeping a constant gap to the leader. So that is going to spice things up a little bit. Master is at 30%, but it looks like he's managing his tires now. Like he destroyed them and then decided it is time to start managing. Doing it a little bit backwards, and honestly Dub is doing the same right now. Dub destroying those tires instead of trying to just manage a little bit. And that could backfire tremendously. Like I want to show you this. So in terms of lap history here, Dub, you have used basically 17% in 6 laps. And if we look at Master over the last 6 laps have used 7%. So Dub is definitely pushing. Master is definitely trying to save what is left of these poor little tires of his. And honestly, most cars are getting to that point. Nance actually has a tire advantage here. Is it going to turn into anything, though, for Alpine? That's going to be the big question. I'm willing to sacrifice my spine for my success. That is wild, Floof. Good morning, young melon. We are good. Hope you are good. Duck now pits too. I'm just expecting one team to put on wets just for fun. As Edster 2 comes into the pit lane. The press as usual, says Floof. Damn. How did you change the interval box? Mine only shows the timing. So the interval box is basically a mod called Extended Standing UI. Or Extended Standings. Which gives you more information in your UI box. So it's a mod for PC. Follow now. The leader into the pit lane. Is traffic gonna undo some of his work? Master finally comes in alongside Colapinto. Polo out in 13th here with 3 seconds worth of fresh air. It's not terrible. It is workable. And Edster, unfortunately, will get neither Master nor Colapinto as they come out of the pit lane. Dub right now, trying to get Tess. Tess is, and has been, a problem child to get past for all of you guys. Slowminton now comes in to cover off Bolo. And the Mercedes does a double stack. Is Alpine Cinema going to suffer? No, it's a clean one. Good job there for the Mercedes pit crew. Good job from the Haas pit crew. What can Mike do? Their pit crew does a bit of a slow job, but that is because Petrov decided to bully his way past. Or her way past. My bad. Sometimes I forget your genders. But yeah, Petrov bullied her way past Mike here. And that did probably cost both of them a little bit, to be fair. Ilmington, though, does have Bolo covered off. And the Alpine Cinema here will have a little bit of work to catch up. We have a yellow flag there as Ducky has had a lock-up.
Just look at how wet the asphalt is. Oh, and the car locks up.
I think Dean and I switched cars. I should be leading. Well, you've been monetized if you slander Alpine with some questionable words. I think that is how you get monetized. It's a requirement to slander the Alpines. And Crashity here does cover off the Haas here. Both of them. As well as Mourinho. Can Poconaldo be a problematic child here and hold up Slowminton? Veen is still... Van de Ven is still staying out. 24% tires. Red Bull, what are you doing? What are you doing, Red Bull? Finally. Dean was getting close to risk of puncture, yes. Nance now comes in. Poconaldo comes in. Clean stops all around. But that does put the Red Bull driver all the way down to 5th. Had a good start. That has been a bit undone, to be fair. But Crashly is also now down to 5th. Crashly also has had a questionable pit strategy imposed upon them. And David is still staying out, wanting that red flag to go their way. And Red's getting into P3. They're just staying out for a long time, Lando. Net P3, good undercut. Not bad, yeah. Not bad at all, AFN. We just need to remove that one from our placing next. I don't know if that's how it's gonna work, but you can hope. Bolo might have to do a 3-stop. Those tires are being destroyed. You're not wrong. But if he needs a 3-stop, so is Snowminton gonna do. And I think everyone here is gonna need to do at least a 2-stopper. David now finally comes into the pit lane. And Dub, who stopped first, is definitely doing, potentially, as you mentioned, a 3-stop around here. Sauber, still in the points though, and comes out ahead of the Williams with fresh tires. Beanie is saving those inters for Brazil. Brazil's gonna be dry, to be fair, so no point saving your inters for Brazil. won't actually help. Are we going to see Mercedes on Mercedes violence? Alpine Cinema has been owing us a lockup for a while, with him being right behind the Mercedes here. That could cause some problems, as Bolo has actually taken the lead. Bolo being a problem for everyone this season, and quite unstoppable at that. If things stand as they are, Bolo will need to DNF for Alpine Cinema to have any chance at taking the championship if things stand as they are. And for Slowminton here, he's going to need an additional 11 points to have a chance of winning. We could have one of our most dominating seasons here on display. We will have to see. I would personally prefer to remove this 7. But yeah, Bolo is doing a very, very good job. Chief can't, in fact, not win because of the points deduction, yes. But we will have to see. Maybe we do. Sub now, into the pits. It's not really getting those undercuts working because they come out on fresh tires, and let's face it, Dub's going to need to pit again. Williams really not having a good time around here. Really, really not having a good time. I just realized Bolo already beat most points total in a season with the double points race. To spare that is cold. He's on used inters? He is in fact on used inters. Used inters is always fun to be on. Someone crash, please. Last lap goes the ways of David here. We're actually drying up right now. We could get some closer racing as a result. But remains to be seen here. We'll speed it up to 8 times as we see a couple of cars coming to the pit lane. Living Duck and Maldonado. And once again, the undercuts here not really playing the role that we would have expected. Maldonado might be able to make something work here simply because of where he's going to come out. But it's still going to be a tough ask of him. Yes, 1,211 points in one season. I believe you are correct, Cosby. And right now, Bolo stands to be on the precipice of that with one race to go. Ricky, these are not new inters. Yes, the AI doesn't question it, Justin. So I wouldn't worry too much about it. But I didn't think this would be this uneventful here in Sandboard. The AI just have nothing going wrong for them. There's nothing going the wrong way as things stand. Chief could launch an attack on their own teammate right now. Bolo goes faster out of anyone. 4/10 quicker than second place. And those tires are getting eaten up. Sandboard really not giving us any chance of any real racing here, which is a little bit unexpected. I was thinking this would go a little bit better. Undercut galore. Nance now with fast lap. Alpine finally being the best at something. Only took them 7 races to get here. But yeah, it looks like most cars are managing. Bolo here could potentially stretch this out into a puncture as things stand. We will have to see. But Slowminton is gambling. Slowminton wants to get that undercut going. Can they make that happen? There's still almost 30 laps to go. It's going to come out here ahead of Poconaldo, but in actually a pretty decent window. Pretty decent window of fresh air, which gives him the chance to pull that undercut because Bolo can't stay out for too much longer. Petrov 2 is pitting here. And I think does manage to beat Edster out. And if they can get by Colapinto, he needs to pit, they will also have a really, really good window to pull off undercuts. What will Bolo do on this lap? Will he stay out? No. Goes into cover. Has Slowminton gained enough on this lap to undercut Bolo? It's a clean stop. And Slowminton does not, in fact... Oh, does, in fact, sorry, get the undercut done. Almost 2 seconds gained. That has been an amazing gain on that lap time, though, then. The question now is, what are they doing with Cinema? Cinema needs to come into the pit lane, too. Slominton has done the job once. Now they just need to hold off Bolo. Bolo got the overtake done last time. This time, they can't let that happen. Nick Sauber's been doing too good in these past few seasons. Can it be having that? Hotel is coming in. Hotel comes in here. Onto an inter-tire. In 11th here. But has a lot of time here to do undercuts. Colapinto comes in. Edster comes in. Clean stops for both of them. But yeah, we're getting into the point again. Crashly here. The longer they stay out, the more they're going to suffer from potential undercuts. And right now, Mortel has undercut them. Straight up. Poconaldo hasn't undercut... Well, Poconaldo is not really undercutting, but Cinema could come out behind Poconaldo, and that would be bad. Does actually beat him out, so that's good. Crashly is going to have cars to contend with here. Mortel being one of them. And with 1, 2, 3, 4 cars pitted ahead, Crashly now could find themselves in 5th place. Which probably isn't where they wanted to end this race. We'll have to see if any overtakes do occur, or if we get even a red flag here to change up the order. But Bolo, not content. It's going to try and get involved here. Mercedes almost pushed off track by Sauber. And right now, whoever clears most effectively is going to have the best chance of winning this. Alpine Cinema is not willing to give up. Takes the opportunity here presented and goes past Bolo Molo. Mercedes now has a little bit of defense running for them. Cinema having better tires might work out in their favor at the end here. But David is still holding them all up. Still buying time for Slominton. And further back, Mike is pitted. Comes out behind Tess here. Dub is pitted. Master's pitted. But we're still curious to see how long can Sauber keep on being a problematic influence here. Because Alpine Cinema got a chance to overtake with the help of Sauber. And Bolomolo gets the same treatment. No, Bolomolo boxed in. But it's now side by side with Alpine. And that might be it. That might be all that was needed. But regrettably, it wasn't. Shame. We want more battles, more use of the tires. Alpine just has a little bit of a tire advantage, and that is helping Cinema out here. Clearly. I'm basically a social experiment to see how long until my tire explodes. Poconaldo not holding high hopes for his team, as Van der Ven now finds their way into the pit lane. Into tire, unsurprisingly on that car. Where is he going to come out? Is he going to drop out of the top 10? No. Gets out ahead of the RB here. But yeah, Poconaldo needs to pit. David needs to pit. Chief needs to pit. They're basically just gambling on how long they can stay out. But interestingly enough, David here is still holding up Alpine Cinema. 1.6 seconds gained on the last lap. Is it going to be more this time around? Wouldn't help me, mate. I joined Merck and they went from 1st to 10th. Chief now into the pit lane. Where's he going to come out? Chief manages to come out right behind the Alpine here. Chief's going to have some work ahead of him. And David is still staying out, still causing problems. Stolminton has gained 7.5 seconds right now. And Bolo is still trying to chase down Alpine Cinema here, but no, so they just need to finish the races in a decent position, and this title is going to be theirs. Hotel also finding Poconaldo. Is Alpine Pain finally going to get by? Does get by. How much time can David buy the Mercedes driver now? Do more of that. Holding up, David, please. Well, we'll have to see if he can hold up some more. Because tires now are starting to go. And the same goes for Poconaldo. Maldonado pits the boat into dead last. Polo now gets by the Sauber. 2.5 seconds bought for Alpine Cinema. The Sauber being sacrificed for the Mercedes hopes and dreams here. And they stay out one more lap. Poconaldo stays out one more lap and gets overtaken as a result. But they are holding up cars. And we could still see a red flag here. With so many cars running close in DRS train, the more of them there are, the more chances of catastrophic failure. We'll have to see if we're getting any spies in the last 20-ish laps remaining. David is literally helping me get into points. Yes, it would help you a lot more if you pitted, though, I think. Poconaldo. I want to go bowling and take out everyone till 10th place. That would be kind of nuts. David finally comes into pit lane now. The kick Sauber has had enough. Poconaldo goes for another lap, though. That's kind of wild. That is kind of wild. And Van der Ven finally gets by. David is doing me, except he actually has a front wing. Needs to speed up? True. I think we do. But we'll have to see if we get a puncture for Poconaldo. Oh, we have damage for Crashity. It's not front wing related. I think Crashity has done a Poconaldo and picked up underfloor damage. No brakes here for the Crasher. Crashity has picked up underfloor damage, and Poconaldo is very likely now to pick up a puncture as Living Duck comes from the pit lane. And yes, when Poconaldo gets said puncture, if it happens, his teammate will get points. I don't think that was the goal, though, to be fair. I think my strategist had enough of being smart, so they decided to do this. There we go. Puncture has been acquired. Alpine being held up. Haas being held up. Sabotage complete. Poconaldo pit lane next. Lets his teammate go. Petrov now has a chance to chase the cars further up the road with Poconaldo's sacrifice. Can he get back in the points, though? It's going to be the big question here with the puncture. And Mike right now is going down the pit lane, or rather down the main straight. Poconaldo's going to slot in behind. But the gap right now from points to Poconaldo, 24 seconds, probably a little bit too much to ask for. I'm going to be honest. That is going to be a hard ask from the Ferrari driver. That is probably going to be a little bit too hard to ask for. Punctionaldo. Poco, why with your teammates? Poco, we suffered together. the timeline is writing itself. But right now, I think we're looking at a Mercedes 1-2 finish here. Bolo is probably going to be able to secure third place. And with that, we are going to have a little bit more of an interesting fight in the final race, with at least two drivers, both from Mercedes, having a chance to take it away from him. Team-wise, RB is still going to be very, very strong, but it's still going to be a potential three-way fight here. We'll have to see. Mourinho here needs to step up a little bit more to secure the title, as Tess picks up a puncture. And holds up a lot of cars, including both McLarens. The McLaren collection has begun. Yeah, that is Aston. Out of contention, at least one of them. That's twice I've helped Petrov get points. Well, at least you are a good teammate. Now he's holding up the race leader. Sorry, she held up the race leader. Tess held up Slowminton. How much? We'll have to wait and see. But considering that was the start of the straight, that probably was a decent amount of time. I am curious. David now slashes fastest lap. And with that, could catch Petrov up in front of him. The tyre advantage is there. The chance is there. Let's see if it gets taken here. I'm curious, though. How much time was lost from being held up there by the back marker? How much was it? 18.7, so not a lot. Less than a second by the looks of it. Fast lap now for Cinema. Half a second on this one. To be fair, I think the hold was on the last lap. So probably 1.5 seconds. Nothing too serious. David is chasing down the Ferrari though and doing it with gusto. 10 laps to go. 1.5 seconds lap quicker as things stand. Martel could also make the final race more exciting if they're able to get Bolo. We'll have to see. But David now slowing down a little bit, but with a 30% tire advantage, should be possible here to catch the Ferrari driver. We will have to see. We shall see how this ends. Has there been any driver development? I seem pretty fast in quality now. For the drivers that had the talent scout background, which sets their growth to 75, there was 1 to 2 points of overall growth before the summer break. For everyone else, it's just 1 to 2 stat points for the most part. So over the course of the season, if you don't have a growth-related thing or your team doesn't upgrade the race sim, your driver will get 3 to 4 stat points, like just 1 point basically here and there. For the drivers to pick the talent growth or talent scout, over the course of the season, your drivers are expected to grow somewhere between 3 to 4 overall points. So that is close to 30 stat points basically. And that is pretty strong, let's be honest. But it does appear at the end of the season, which is probably why we're seeing Van der Ven suddenly start to perform a little bit. Can't really explain Mascherino's downfall. But that is probably also why Mercedes here are also very, very stable. They have been getting driver growth over the course of this season, and now it is manifesting into better performance. Tess held me up? How so? How would Tess hold you up? There is double points for final race, yes. I've unironically had a surprisingly good race. Floof, running 15th. This is a great race. I love this race. It's the best race ever. But yeah, there is 5 laps to go here. Let's see if we see anyone get close to a car in front. Looks like it's just difficult here with the corners, basically. Straight not being enough to get close enough to get an overtake going. So yeah, Sandwood in the rain seems to be not the best track, even for the light mod. Although David now seems to be pushing hard to get a chance here at catching Petrov. Has the puncture saved me from last? Well, I don't know if that's something you should be proud of, to be fair. David now. That gap is closing. And with the final laps coming up, it means David now is pushing everything he can to catch the Petrov in front. It might not be enough, however. I was seeing the similar thing from a radio from Chief. It's just a little bit difficult to overtake here. And we haven't had the number of incidents that I expected. There's been basically 2. I think that kind of sells this race. Not the spectacle that was expected. Still pretty fun. A chill run to a liner now as Alpine Cinema is catching Slowminton. But probably too slow to make a difference, let's be honest. David now, final lap starts. Radio, Nance, Chief, last chance to get anything done here. And it looks like it will not happen. It looks like we are going to get a Slowminton win here. Unfortunately, that is, I believe, just about enough what he needs to get in contention for final race of the season. Slowminton first, Alpine Cinema second. We have Bolo in third. Mortel is going to secure 4th here. Van der Ven finally going to score some good points for Red Bull. We have Crashity in 6th with that damaged underfloor. Marinho secure 7th. Nance 8th. We have Chief 9th. Petrov gets 10th. And finally, we see Alpine on the board here, with Nance scoring points for them. Mike got close, but being a good almost 20 seconds down the road, not close enough, unfortunately. My god, you're right, I'm celebrating 50. Battle for the race release open? Yes. When do driver applications open? If everything is ready, this weekend sometime, Pocanaldo. But there will be F2 this time around. Maybe even an F3 division, we'll have to see. because I am not planning to close applications immediately. So everyone that wants to participate will have a chance to participate this time around, because it is actually getting kind of big. And to get that solved, we're basically going to do these championships with over the course of a couple of weeks. So there will be no team principals for the F2, potentially F2 Div 1, F2 Div 2, however we decide to do it. But I'll give that a think this weekend, and basically, as I said, we'll do F2, Div 1, Div 2, F3, you get the idea. One weekend, it's going to be way more basic than the F1 version, where the only thing you're finding with is the drivers in equal cars. And then we'll do something different for the F1 version with more kind of balanced choices. So the F2 version will be without traits, it will be without TPs, only driver versus driver, and then you'll be allowed to add traits to your driver if you go through, is what I'm thinking. That just makes it easier for me to set up, and that makes it easier to power through with, so we can do, if needed, 2 divisions in one weekend, that sort of deal. Alpine points can't be, no, it's fake news, clearly. Poconaldo is literally fair play. That is funny. There's definitely no favoritism going on within Alpine, clearly not. How do you get into F1 instantly? I haven't decided yet. Previously, we did it like anyone who's new gets a ticket to F1, but I might just do it completely random. Like, depending on the lots, we do it completely random, or we do everyone needs to go through F2. I don't know. Depends on the number of applicants. Depends on what system we decide is most fair. I haven't decided yet. We are basically going to be redesigning a little bit of how we do this weekend, because some people have been, unfortunately, had to sit out as a result of how we currently do things with less than 20 slots. Yeah, equal cost F2, TPs take charge in F1. If we do it over 2 weekends, it means that we'll have way more time for the TPs to do their bidding, things like that. It won't be as rushed as this setup was. With the results here, Molobolo, Absolute Cinema, Slowminton are basically the 3 drivers here with a chance to score points, chance to take the championship, and in the constructors, RB is still ahead of Mercedes. Haas is still in this. They're going to need a brilliant result in the final race to get that. And basically, if they do win the constructors, I think they're going to be taking away the drivers' championship from either Cinema or Slowminton to pull that off, but we shall see. Dutch Grand Prix is over. Next up, Brazil. Let's see if that one causes a little bit of mayhem. Finish 15 Emirates and still have more hope for a championship than Cosby. True. Surely I can fight for the championship. I am gonna refer you to Alpine's 100 race plan that gets refreshed every 20 races. That is your way to a championship, Mike, unfortunately, as things stand, with Lando at the helm. This time, I won't actually need to take a grip pen. Poconaldo just jinxed himself for quali. He's gonna pull a stroll. It's gonna take a stroll into the wall, clearly. We've seen how well jinxing yourself works in this championship. It is very potent. Anyone who even mentions they're gonna do well, straight to the wall. Or you get a Cosby up your ass. Like Floof has had a couple of times. Well, no backflip for me, and I think I'm off to bed. See you later, Floof. Appreciate you stopping by, joining us. Thank you very much. We shall see you next time, I guess. We are going to take a quick look at the upgrades before we start the race, yes. Can I show driver development? Once, today or tomorrow, basically depending on what I have time for, I'll sit down and I'll show you the... Well, I'll post screenshots of the different drivers at their starting points and at their current points, so we can kind of take a look at where they are, what kind of growth they've gone through. So I'll share that so people can get a good idea of what the growth background actually does to a driver. With Lando at the helm, a crazy statement, as if I have dragged 2 teams to 10th, yes. Happy crashing, says Floof. With Floof saying happy crashing as he goes to bed, I assume we're not going to get a single crash, and Colapinto is somehow going to pull a win here, making everyone unhappy. Yeah, watch. Hello, Rasek. Watch Colapinto win Brazil as there's no Floof left. That's exactly what's going to happen. We've seen it before. It's going to happen again. How does this work? Basically, Mark, we have some rules on how do you create your driver or you create your TP. And then you follow those rules to make your driver, for instance. And then you basically just join in. There'll be a sign up sometime this week and next week for next season. But the rules are on Discord. If you want to join, you're going to have to use Discord for that, unfortunately, Mark. I'll give Consetta a little bit of money. We're not in there, no chance of me winning. We shall see. Okay, car analysis. Final race is coming up. Who is going to beat us? Ferrari is still points contender. Shouldn't really be scoring points. Well, maybe a couple of points here and there, which they have been doing. McLaren, still fast, still shit at corners. Red Bull, kind of just had everything implode on them. I don't even know how the car exploded like it has, but it did do that. Mercedes, the absolute best team when it comes to getting through a corner. And compared to RB, which is probably going to be their biggest rival right now, they have a slight advantage in every type of cornering. They have a disadvantage in top speed and DRS, which is probably how the RB car is getting by. Honestly, the RB car might be better off than the Mercedes here, simply because the cornering difference isn't that high. They have the dirty air tolerance to follow. They do like the tire preservation to go long, but they go aggressive anyways. So all in all, both of these cars are competitive around here. The cornering, again, 13th, 13th. There's not a lot of cornering difference between most teams. So honestly, the cornering ratings doesn't actually matter that much. And as you can see here, Alpine even has a cornering advantage over the RBs here. All in all, most teams are pretty close. The Williams are still very, very strong cornering. It hasn't really translated into performance here, as Living Ducky is the highest rated driver at 7. As you can imagine, it is a bit of a problem. Haas here can still cause some pain for both teams. Haas can still take the constructors here, no lie. We are having a bit of a three-way battle more so than anything else. And for Sauber, you can score points there. That top speed does let you down though with the DRS zones in Brazil. And Aston is up to 324 now in top speed. Okay. If Aston is in your DRS, they might get by, but they're going to have a hard time getting there in the first place, basically, which will be a problem. I don't know if it was in one of the seasons I missed, but allowing TPs to buy extra PUs might be a cool way to diversify. Could be. What's the difference between the Ferraris and Merc? Okay, so Ferrari versus Mercedes. A pretty minor amount of cornering, but the top speed is helping Mercedes, and tire preservation is very similar. So honestly, Mercedes has a small edge in cornering. They have an edge in top speed, and that is helping them run away from you guys, really. I think Sauber's been in the points of most races, just not above P6. That can be very likely to be the reality right there. Wouldn't surprise me. But our season here is bringing us to an end. Light rain in practice, but it's going to be a dry quali. And it is going to be a dry race here.
We're moving on now.
We are moving on. to qualifying. And I have yet to steal a pole position point, everyone.
Green light.
I think you all know what that means. The Sun Race car is coming for your pole position, everyone. You better run. Michael laps on the way. Who is going to get screwed over the most in quality? Who is going to get angry? We shall see here. As my driver gets a clean run, though. No, don't get pole position. It is mine, and you cannot stop me. To be fair, you guys are getting closer to my car, because that is not a huge difference right there. I actually need it for a chance to win. Evan begging me to not take the pole away, as he requires it. But here's the thing, Evan. We have always given the pole position to the driver that I've stolen it from, so it wouldn't actually matter if I stole it. Like, it would still go your way if you take pole position here. So, I wouldn't worry too much. As Poconaldo has a pretty terrible first run here. 3/10 off David. Chief, just half a second off my driver. It's actually pretty strong. And Cinema here improves on that. We still have 4 drivers here who has decided to wait a fairly lengthy amount of time before setting their first runs here. Maldonado up to 12th. 6th for Bolo. Living Duck 14th. And Mourinho. What are we seeing from Mourinho? 11th. So both Ferraris currently in danger. David in danger. Colapinto in danger. We've seen that one before. And Snowminton 2. Currently in danger of getting knocked out here, as Poconaldo had to contend with traffic on the way through this lap. Is it going to be enough, though? 2 green sectors so far. No, Poconaldo out at the first hurdle, unless he can get really quickly back to the pits again and get going. Edster, can you improve? 2 improvements in the first couple of sectors. Where is Edster going to be placing that Aston? Up into 11th as it stands. And we are not seeing any improvements here from David. Goes wide there as well. And I think that is the Sauber out here at the first hurdle, unfortunately. Petrov 2 is out by the looks of things. Ferrari not having a good time here in Brazil. They could go out again, but they have decided not to. Cola has just started. Snowminton on the fast lap. What can Slowminton do here? Mercedes needs a good qualifying result. Yellow first sector and traffic is not a good qualifying result. Williams here could undo. Or is that RB? It's actually an RB. RB might have just sabotaged their rival. Still a green middle sector. Gradually up to 4th. Test is improving. Up to 16 for Slowminton. Slowminton is out. Knocked out by an Aston Martin. Colapinto is improving. Colapinto could knock out that Aston Martin potentially. It's kicking off here. And Petrov, I believe, has actually managed to get out on a fast lap. Poconaldo has stayed in the pits. Snowminton falls at the first hurdle in Brazil. Colapinto has made it through. Petrov is improving. Maldonado in danger. Mortel in danger, but they're both improving. A 10th off so far for Petrov. Can the second sector give us anything better to look at here? A 34-2. It's still a 10th off, but should be enough here to beat Edster, which is going to be the main goal. And Petrov does make it out of Q1. Just like that. Edster and Tess eliminated. Slowminton eliminated. David and Poconaldo also eliminated at the first hurdle. Mercedes, please send Slowminton for the constructors. No, teammate. Yes, teammate out now, which is unfortunate. Haas versus RB for the constructors could definitely happen. Both Hasses out, through. Both RBs, it's through. Cinema needs to start on pole here. Needs to hold them up. And even that might not be enough.
And green.
It is, in fact, going green. Let us see here how this second qualifying session is going to go. The Hasses, both out early here to set time. Same for Crashly, Colapinto. Motel a little bit in the way. We have a yellow flag as Mike has run wide. The bad luck don't stop for the Alpine crew. Still sets a respectable time. Faster than the Haas at the moment. That is not bad. Colapinto is currently last of those who have set a time. Nance go quick. Dub goes quicker. Maldonado, what can you do? Maldonado, 4th quickest as it stands. Bolo. What is Bolo doing? 8th quickest. Bolo could be in danger here. Well, Mourinho just goes the same lap time as Colapinto and Chief. Well, Chief is 4,000 quicker, but it's very close. Petrov not quicker than Bolo. Master Mourinho here, what can you do? 5th quickest, and we are getting close to the end here as Alpine Cinema is setting their first fast lap right now. Petrov gets out of the way. Is it going to be pole worthy? It's not. It's just 7th fastest. Currently, Bolo is in danger. We are starting the final runs here. I believe Mike is going to be the first one out here to try. And this could be bad for both Bolo and Alpine Cinema if things go poorly for them. Mike with an 18 blank first sector. That is a good first start here. Damn, why didn't Petrov block AFN? It would be funny. But unfortunately, he did not. Dub with a similar 18.0 in the first sector. 34.3 is respectable. Might not be good enough for Q3, though. 15.9. Very, very close right now, but Mike is through and has pushed Bolo out of the top 10. And Dub improved their lap time. Dub does, in fact, improve their lap time. 2/10 quicker. Crashly here. Up to 2nd. Chief, what can you do? Traffic. Or rather, a slipstream from the McLaren. 15.8. Pole. Colapinto. Out as things stand. And I don't believe this is an out lap. So that is Colapinto. Very likely just straight up out of this. Petrov. Not improving, but okay first sector. Nance is improving. But there is a Colapinto in front. And that is probably the Alpine out here. The Alpine causing problems. Sorry, the McLaren causing problems for the Alpine. Petrov up to 4th. And yeah, 7/10 lost in that second sector. And that is enough to just say that Nance is unfortunately out of here. Straight up out of here, unfortunately. Polo on the outlap here is trying. Cola can't do anything more, comes into the pits. Mourinho is on the fast lap now. And they knock Mike out. Mike is currently sitting in the pits. Maldonado is sitting in the pits. Both of them are in danger as things stand. And Van der Ven has tried to improve, just only a little bit quicker than everyone else here. Bolo improves in that first sector. Is it going to be good enough? There is going to be some traffic coming up, but the traffic should be quick enough that it won't really matter. Going quick in the second sector, Living Duck. And Mourinho goes up to 7th. What about Duck? 10th, in danger right now. Bolo comes across the line and up to 7th. Alpine Cinema. First two good sectors here. Are they going to knock out the Red Bull driver Van der Ven? They do in fact do that. And with that, everyone has done their runs. And currently knocked out. Colapinto, Nance, Mike, Maldonado, Ducky, and Dean Van der Ven. Tragedy just barely survives. With actually a pretty decent gap in between the two. But it has been a very, very close qualifying session so far. And Q3 is coming up. Who is going to start on pole here? The double points that I will be stealing.
And green.
Mourinho goes out first to set a banker lap, followed by Crashity. Kloof left, that gets him out of Q1. It's kind of true, though. Kind of true. Sauber in Q3 by a hair, indeed. RBs don't seem to have too much pace here. They are both in Q3. I think they can do well. Mourinho says purple. Quicker than Crashity. .108 is the time to beat here. Crashity a couple of tenths off. What can Mortel do in the Haas? We have a yellow flag as Petrov ran wide.
Here we are then looking at turn 12. That's... oh no, that's not quite what they would have wanted.
Potentially holding the Haas slightly up. But I don't think it mattered too much there. Mortel does in fact go fastest. 108. Almost blank. But Petrov did it on the outlaps, and not the worst thing ever, but still not going to help. Bolo right now. Purple first sector. This is what decides championship. Bolo has basically 1.5 hands on it. Needs to just score a... how many points does he need to score around here? Basically 9 points is what is needed to win. To put everyone out of their misery. And right now, Alpine Cinema, not with the best banker lap here. Within a tent, but not ahead of the RBs. Chief right now. Green sectors all around, which is to be expected. Only 7 fastest, however. Masterino. No 6 fastest. Dub. 6 fastest. Banker laps have been set. Can we see any improvement from anyone? Are we going to see any sort of improvement here? Crashity is trying. But it is not enough. No improvement from the Sauber. Mortel is also on a fast lap right now. A current pole position. No improvement in the first sector. Neither for the second. Sets a purple in the third sector, but no improvement. Bolo. Purple first sector. Needs to just find 5,000s on the Haas. Are we going to see a purple second sector here? From the championship leader. It's a yellow. What about the final sector here? Running up to the line now. Purple sector goes quicker than the teammate at 7.9. And Petrov now. Ferrari across the line. 5th fastest. Mourinho is trying, but not improving the first sector. 2 tenths down on their teammate. What can they do here in the middle and the final sector? Middle sector is not good enough. Final sector coming up. And while it's an improvement, it does not improve that time. Masterino now. 18 blank. 1/10 off the leader right now. $18 point blank, 18.0 for Dub as well. 34.6 is a terrible middle sector, however. And I think that puts Masterino here out of contention straight up. It's going to start in 8th position. 18.1 from Alpine. That is not an improvement. Chief, though, with 17.9 could be trouble here for the leader. Let's see it now. 15.8. Dub goes fastest. Dub pulls that out of nowhere. And Alpine is just not improving enough. Chief, however, is going fast and is going to try and take that pole position away from them. Goes 3rd fastest. Alpine only 6 fastest in Q3 when it mattered. And the gaps are really, really small here. From 1st to 4th, less than a tenth. We start with Kyle here on pole, followed by Molobolo, then the 2 Hasses, Mourinho, and Absolute Cinema in 6th. The Mercedes have put themselves in a bit of a rough spot here. The RBs have a beautiful chance to take both championships here as things stand right now. Have to see if they can pull that off. I am allergic to improving. Tragedy replying to why he didn't improve on the second run. Never mind, I guess they somehow found 4/10. They did in fact do that, AFN. I have a heartwarming center for Alpine that we're posting RPG. I'll take a look at it, Lando, but it'll probably be fine. Lap of a champion from Bolo. Not a bad lap from the Williams driver either. I just need Bolo to DNF and then I can do it. I love that optimism. As long as Bolo DNFs, this race is mine. No one is sharing a place with me in the pit lane. I believe there's no penalties to be handed out either. Let's see what Brazil has to offer.
Final check. And now, it's time for the Sao Paulo Grand Prix. And it's lights out.
Lights out, away we go. Clean starter from Dub. Haas also retains their positions. No first corner madness by the looks of it. So we have RB side by side here. Maldonado 11th. We have a couple of hard runners. The Alpines are gambling on going long here. As well as Alpine Cinema has gambled on going long. Wants that red flag to save the Mercedes team. And for Slowminton, starting on us off from the back of the grid is a good choice. That way you can go for the undercut. But for the most part, no one really moving much over the course of this first lap. A clean start for most involved.
0.6.
A clean start to this race, which is what we kind of needed. Kind of wanted. Hopefully it will not cause mayhem. I made up 3 places. Damn, that is not bad. Maldonado in the points. And if we take a look here, Kyle has somehow made up 9 places? Oh, it's the Drivers' Championship, my bad. But yeah, Maldonado up 2 places here. But for the most part, Nance lost out. Masrini lost out. And that is about it. Bolo has taken the lead here. And it's going to try and run away on those soft tires and create a gap before pitting. Look at the comfortable, or rather aggressive start here from Molo Bolo. Just running away immediately. It's going to get really in though. We've gone through this. A good start just means that they're using a lot of energy that the others are saving to fight. And they will be reeled in shortly. Williams falling downwards right now. Both Haas have moved up to 2nd and 3rd. And if things remain as they are in the Constructors, RB are still champions. They need to find a couple more points. Haas needs to find a couple more points there. Probably a race win to get it done. And yeah, Molobolo. A commanding season for sure, as things stand. Needs to be toppled off the crown. Someone needs to give the order. Order 66 here, basically, to take him out. Forgot about your drivers again? To do that? Yeah. You gave me a heart attack there, Justin. I thought I'd forgotten to retire my voice. WMD with a mechanical fault. The William driver here has picked a mechanical fault up at the start of the race. On a 52% ERS. That is not optimal. And we've had a crash.
Now the Ferrari's involved in this one.
We've had a crash here involving Petrov. I believe that is Crashly, and that is not a safe rejoin from Petrov right there. That could have been more than just one crash. And Crashly has picked up another time penalty. Sauber here has picked up a penalty in the race where finish position matters most. And Petrov is continuing here with half a front wing. Not optimal here from the Ferrari strategy team at all. Not optimal in any way or shape or form. And Crashly definitely did lose some tire durability during that incident. Polo now has been overtaken by Chief. And if things remain as it is right now, Polo will take the championship And we'll still see RB winning. Haas needs to find a little bit more on them. Bolo now with fastest lap. I got the penalty? Yeah, you did get penalty, Gosby. Was not Petrov's fault, apparently. How did I get the penalty? Clearly, you bullied him. It's what we figured out here. Maldonado is carving through the grid. By his own admission. But yeah. It has started with a little bit of drama here. Is it going to continue? Or is that all we're getting? As Mourinho is kind of doing the team job of just holding everyone up. Holding up Alpine Cinema. Holding up Mortel. On tires that are basically destroyed right now. And in doing so, it's giving Bolo a guaranteed chance of getting a championship. And Mourinho doesn't need to perform super well if Bolo can take the win. But they have fallen down to second. Mourinho's fallen down to fifth. And those soft tires are starting to give up a little bit. Mortel taking very, very good care of these mediums. As even the hards of Alpine here are degrading quicker. Alpine up to fifth now. Mortel is going to be the next target. And Chief is running away with it for Haas at the moment. They are going to want to have Mortel finish probably a little bit higher, but this does put them very, very close. 13 points off now. 13 more points to be gained. And to get there, Mortel probably does need to finish third. Alpine Cinema and Mortel are going to have a legendary battle here. For Slowminton, nothing has been going well, and he's now picked up a mechanical failure the second I turn over to him. Mercedes are falling out here as things stand. And we'll take a look once across the line what the problem is. What is the problem of Slowminton here? Is Mercedes' downfall beginning? It is the gearbox that is suffering. I just need to not mess it up and we get the trophy home. Basically, yeah, Mourinho, you're not wrong. What a season by the RB boys from TP Christify. Christy, not a bad season at all. Mourinho is falling down the order though, and Bolo has decided to pit. Kind of had to pit, really. And Living Duck 2 is coming in right now. Where is Bolo going to come out? It's a hard tire for the RB. And as you can see, the traffic now could be a problem, particularly with medium and medium runners here in Esther and Taz. Esther and Taz could actually play the role of deciding the championship here, with Mike also helping to give everyone the middle finger. Bolo comes out in a decent chunk of free air here, but some overtaking will be required. And depending on when they get into traffic, this could suck massively. There's no other way to describe it. This could be pretty bad, and Mourinho is going to be even worse off. I made Xiao my old rival again. We shall see, Poke. Petrov is still out with that broken wing. Yes, Petrov is still running the Brazil spec of the front wing that they were so graciously given to them. And we have another yellow flag. I see Crashity having another moment. And there could even be a puncture here after that spin.
Oh no, that's not how to do it. And that certainly wouldn't have been in their plans today.
With that, crashing now, 21% tires, holding up Colapinto and everyone. And Bolo now has caught this train, and it's being held up by this train. Luckily for everyone here, Crashing goes in to serve that penalty and to get fresh tires. And in clever Ferrari fashion, let's not get in the car with damage. Let's take the car that doesn't have damage and put a couple of new tires on that car instead of the one that really, really wants a fresh front wing. Classic Ferrari strategy right here. The best, one might say. Slowminton, Colapinto is holding up the grid here. And compared to the guys running out front, the time loss here is 6 times to 2 seconds. It's a massive time loss for anyone who is trapped behind Colapinto and Slowminton here. Now Petrov takes charge of this train. And even then, that's not going to be good for them. Maldonado in the pits. Van de Ven with a slow pit stop. Slowminton has come in, goes out on medium. Colapinto here is also coming out behind Poconaldo. Slominton does not actually gain anything during the pit stops here, really. It's still in that same position. And it's going to have a hard time getting up into the points here, I think. Chief now comes in. Where is Chief going to come out? Is it going to become part of Bolo's train? Or is it going to be able to get out ahead? This is going to be huge from the Haas crew. It needs to be clean. And it is. It's a soft tire, however. That's a bit brave. But Chief looks like he is, in fact, going to come out ahead of the train and retain the lead here over Bolo. Although they are going 3 wide in the background, Bolo couldn't get anything done there. And every lap spent behind these guys is wasted tire, wasted pace, and just general pain. Master, on the other hand, ended up behind Maldonado in the train down here. So right now, Alpine is fine staying out, but Chief is going to jump him. He needs to go in before Petrov does, if he's not content with getting stuck in traffic. Petrov now comes in the pit lane alongside Dub. Well, Dub is leaving, but you get the idea. They did not give you a new front wing. The Ferrari strategy has evolved once again. We're not giving you a new front wing. Good luck on your travels. They have decided to allow you to keep that damaged front wing, and I think they did the same here for Crashity. No, it's suspension damage for Crashity. But Petrov has been allowed to retain his front wing for fun. Not for him, but for us. And David is once again playing the role of slowing down Bolo. Alpine here has a free pit stop if he chooses to take it, and honestly, Motel does too. But with Bolo now getting by, I think that opportunity has left the board. And that is going to change things up again here. Chief has also found his problem, which is the 2 Aston Martins. But should be able to get past one here. And then the other one in short order. No, doesn't have the top speed really to contend with the Astons. And that is a problem that needs to be dealt with by the Haas team. The Aston Martins once again playing the role of the blockers. And can just barely get by one. Bolo is going to be catching up to them soon as well. So if they stay out, they could still keep the gap as it is right now. Mike is also a bit of a troublesome child you need to deal with here. Can Taz actually get back on Chief? Does not have the DRS, unfortunately, because if they did, I think they might have been able to. They might have been able to. This may rival my Season 3 in Jeddah. What a stop, yes. Van der Veer has a mechanical fault right now. Check Bolo's engine components. So Bolo, 73, 75, 83. They should not get a failure around here. They should be fine. All things considered. As Chief has made it through right now. And Bolo now could still get jumped by Alpine if he pits now. Particularly as Mike's get out of the way. Imagine if they have a spare front wing. If they don't have, I don't know if they have or not. We'll see. On the next pit stop, they'll probably allow us to figure it out. Am I okay? Yeah, I'm fine. I'm just a little bit coffee. What's the over-under? I'm Patrick getting in new front wing and a red flag. Probably 50-50. I'm not going to lie, Daniel. I'm doing an F1 Manager Champion save. That's good, James. Hope you have fun. Need a top 9 crash out. Well, Bolo right now is messing with the Astons. Chief got by. Took him about a lap. The question is if the RB here can do the same. That's a clean pass. That's cleaner than the Haas pass. Which means RB should have a little bit of an easy time getting by the train here. But even then, Chief has definitely gained a huge advantage by pitting when he did. And Alpine finally comes in, but it's going to be too late. He's going to get pitted into a train here. And it's a medium tire, which means it's probably going to go for a soft tire at the end, I would think. There's a train waiting. And it is going by right now. That is going to be really, really annoying to get through. And we could even have Maldonado become a part of this. He doesn't. But it's still not great. Edster should pit within a couple of laps, which is good news for Alpine. But he is now a good 5 seconds behind the Molobolo. Has better tires. But as I mentioned, this train here and getting past it, it's going to cost him. And it's probably going to cost him a lot in this championship fight. I had 8 DNFs as Suzuka. That sounds like Suzuka, alright? Esther goes in the pit lane. Clears up one car, but overtaking is difficult, particularly when there's 2 cars involved. Bolo got them at a point where he could do one at a time. Alpine Cinema cannot. And Tess can probably do 3-4 more laps at this. That's another 8 seconds lost if he can't get by them. And that is going to be really, really bad here. Stubb is just chilling at the moment. Alpine wants Dub to get past. Because if Dub gets past, he can probably break the RS, and that's going to allow Alpine to get by. And right now, that's not really happening. Finally gets by there. Finally gets a little bit of freedom. Mortel has actually done an impressive stint here. Almost a full 30 laps on the medium. And that is going to help him, because a lot of these cars that have already pitted are going to need to pit soon again. And we could even see Mortel try something insane, like a medium to hard one-stop around here. That could happen, and it would be insane by any means of the imagination. And finally, Alpine gets by, but it might be at a wrong spot here because that's the DRS zone. Congratulations, you've pulled a Lando Norris and overtaken too early. We're so proud of you. We're so proud of you, Alpine Cinema. Finally, though, you did get by, and you are now cleared. Do you have any F1 minus save recommendation that preferably contain me keeping my sanity? Play McLaren. Do the best you can, probably. Hotel might be one-stopping, yes. Fantasy contract at the end of the season, see who gets replaced. Just get rid of that variable. Everyone has a 2-year contract, Cosby, so no one's getting replaced. Constructor standing. If things keep as it is, we'll see Molobolo still take the championship. That's going to be really difficult to change. But Haas does take constructors if it stays as it is. Now, Haas 1-2 is a good source of other constructors win. Unless Mourinho pulls something amazing out of his hat. But yeah, Haas right now, looking good. Mortel finally comes in the pit lane. After 30 laps on these tires. And there is a hard tire waiting. This could be the one-stopper from Haas. It's going to come out here in 10th place. But a lot of cars ahead here need to pit. And for Mortel, managing these tires is going to be more important than overtaking the cars ahead. If it is, in fact, the one-stopper that is on the table. That would be pretty impressive. I'm going to have to add. Hello, Daniel. How you doing? I take your hello from Brazil and count you within a hello from Norway. Am I wrong, though, Lando? Am I really wrong? It's time we get a free pass next season despite having a penalty. Very likely, yes. Mourinho, please go faster. Haas will not get hit with a 40 points deduction, Bolo. It is just one driver. We've had an incident. Dean Van der Ven continues where he left off. One good result was all the man wanted. And it is a Mercedes that gets bullied. Slowmanton's life just gets worse at the moment. Haas made it up to 13th, then gets his tires destroyed by a Red Bull. That is not a good place to be for the Mercedes crew right now. Not happy with that one. And Mortel is going to want to try and move forward. So Tess is still on those mediums. So Tess is going to do pretty much the exact same thing as Mortel is doing. And we've seen how difficult it is to get past an Aston. Tess can mess with anyone who pits right now. That's a slow stop, though. That is going to save some of the guys running out front. That's a really, really slow stop. Tess will not be given the chance to mess with everyone. But depending on how long everyone stays out, we'll still have a good chance to get something done. Some trolling, as they say. Alpine now has caught up to Bolo. And we'll be looking for overtake on better tires around here. But yeah, in terms of the 40 points deduction thing, it will only hit tie. Haas will still get 100% of the point scores by both drivers. It's crazy because I'm 8 rounds in and McLaren's 0 points with Prost and Senna. Do you want to elaborate on this, Lando? Is this also slander, or are we okay with this? Alpine now, getting a gap to Bolo, and that would be huge here. Finally doesn't involve me. Coconaldo, happy to have caught up to the pack, and it's running in 10th right now. Maybe very, very soon in 9th at the Master. Couldn't get it done there. Master some good defending. Are we going to see it in the second DRS zone, though? Really, really close at the moment. And we could also see Red Bull on Red Bull violence, because Dean does have lower confidence from that earlier incident, and they're more likely to crash as a result. But we shall see here. A lot of cars taking their tires to the absolute limit, including Living Duck here. Mortel has an RB to contend with right now and needs to get by quickly. Already used 10% of tires in 5 laps. It's not super terrible, but it's also not great for his future prospects. Master now, hard tire, could go till the end, potentially. Living Duck is still finding their teammate, although they really should be finding the pit lane. Brother, I just woke up and that's what I see. I'm sorry, Nimitsuki. Slominton had a terrible qualifying without in Q1. And then he crashed. But we shall see here. We can speed up a little bit as I've caught up with chat. Basically, one of the reasons why we're running extended into X speed is just so I can read everything everyone is writing in chat. So, apologies for trying to keep up with you guys. But now that I have caught up, we can 2x it a little bit again. And we should be seeing the pit stop starting with Duck and Maldonado coming in here. And is there hard tires waiting? It is hard tires for Maldonado. What have they put on that Williams car? It is hard tires. And again, it's going to just make it harder for anyone who waits longer to pit, because they'll have the hard train to contend with. But yeah, Colapinto now could hold up his teammate, which would be prime McLaren right here. Prime McLaren indeed. Bolo box next lap. Marinia box. Well, Dub clearly took that too hard and pitted. Coconaldo is pitting. What is the Ferrari crew doing? They're doing hard tires. Dub is also doing hard tires. They're going long here in the hopes of an incident to shake up the order. Masterinho now with the fastest lap on hard tires. Clearly they're still worth going for. Van der Ven on Edster right now. We could see another soft tire from Edster, because we've seen Edster, we've seen the Astons, that tire preservation is amazing. In this case, it's just 11 laps, but they did 26, I think, on mediums. If you put a hard tire on Edster and let him push, we could see something truly beautiful happen. As Mourinho now comes into the pit lane onto a hard tire. We'll try and go till the end, but it's going to have some traffic to get through here, which is going to slow him down, particularly the McLaren's further up. Maldonado will not be needing to pit again here. Chief now, race leader, comes in. Is expected to come in still in the top 4, or rather come out still in the top 4. So won't have too many cars to contend with, and goes for a hard tire here till the end. Mortel should be able to go till the end. Haas does seem to have this championship in the bag, and Bolo will need to pit again. But with the gaps being what they are, we'll still be within the top 10. And as I mentioned earlier, just need to score 8 points here. 8 points is all they need. And if things stand as they are right now, Absolute Cinema needs another. Interestingly enough, what would this be? 18 points. 18 points needs to go their way, I believe. Is my math off? No, it's just 18 points. So Rollerball needs to score 18 points there. My bad. Which makes it a little bit more exciting. And right now, Mercedes is winning the championship. I don't think they're doing that anymore because Slominton just pitted. No, that's actually enough. How exciting. Bolo getting second, third and fourth for Haas, and Alpine winning gives Mercedes the championship here. To be fair, though, I don't think Bolo is finishing second. I'm going to have to be honest. 18 points would be 2-4. Oh, we have Maldonadoing into Crashity, or Crashity into Maldonado. We have, I believe, a full safety car here.
Now, I'm
Things
finding out
have
what's happening.
changed
Looks to be the McLaren
really quick
involved.
here. Crash Door Maldonado. Final race of the season. Locks up, takes out the other Crashity,
One car involved in
and
that,
both
as you can
crashes
see.
have
I
crashed.
imagine their confidence will have taken a knock. As for the team back in the garage, that was a tough moment to watch.
Petro slightly knowing, we have 2 cars out here. I believe we have a full safety car. We do indeed. And with that, Alpine Cinema will be able to pit into safety. Bolo will be able to pit into safety. Mike has already come in. Colapinto's coming in. Let's see if they have a new front wing for Petrov. We haven't actually answered that yet. We'll have to see. But that is a saving grace for the car currently leading this race. They did not give you a new front wing. Penalty goes the way of Maldonado, and it will carry it over to next season. That's a joke, just to be clear. We do not carry penalties over to next season. But yeah, I think Ferrari does now extra front wings here, as things are looking. Let's see if they pit him. They do in fact pit Alpine. Are they going to pit second place at Bolo? I would hope so. And when they do pit him here, it's going to come out still pretty far down the road. But Edster, Van der Ven should pit. I don't know if Motel's going to pit. He could decide to just stay out. And he does in fact stay out. Chief stays out. Alpine Cinema will still retain first, I believe. Oh, maybe not. Motel takes the lead and can hold up Alpine Cinema for Chief. Bolo right now. Medium tires till the end. Medium tires for Alpine Cinema. Soft tires, I believe. No, he's coming in on soft tires. Hard tires for Edster. Medium for Van der Ven. I'm just going to allow this to go its own way right now while I catch up with chat a little bit. Safety car from Maldonado, yes, everyone. You did not get a penalty for that, Cosby, you're fine. I might only have softs. You had mediums, FN, you're good. Could you imagine if you did carry penalties next season? Just have him start in the pit lane in the first race, basically? Slominton did have an unfortunate pit stop, and that is going to be bad for Mercedes, yes. Mediums can make it to lane, yes, indeed. A season of wasted potential whenever we were quick, shenanigans did hit, indeed. If I win, Bolo has to be P6. Bolo is P4 right now, and there's 2 Williams with used tires behind him. You have 2 Hasses to contend with. So this is going to be hard no matter how you want to do it. But yeah, 6 or lower without fastest lap. But the problem with that, I believe, is Mola Bolo would beat you on race results, basically. He has 5 podiums, 2 race wins. You only have 1. So you're going to need him to finish 7th or lower. You're going to need another safety car. And you're going to need to have a certain driver be part of that safety car to get a good result here, AFN. Currently, if things stand as they are for the points here, Molobolo is our champion. Haas is our constructor. So there will need to be some changes up front to change things in any meaningful way. I think I now have the same amount of DNFs as Floof overall, probably. Haas can win, but not AFN. Okay, that is kind of funny. Can we do a little 16x? Yeah, I'm just catching up Pocanello with chat, and then we'll speed along. How is Cinema's engine? 72, 61, 73. Bolo's engine is actually pretty identical. Blominton is not having a good engine, though, let's be honest. But yeah, for the most part, they are pretty close as things are right now. Safety car is ending. The restart is upon us. Green flag conditions. Who's going to fully send it here into the first corner? Is it Alpine Cinema? Is it going to be Bolo? Who will take their rivals out to win this season. Right now, Chief should really be let go, and Mortel should play wingman. That would be my my choice of, well, my order operations, if you will, in order to protect this win. And we could also see a good result here from Edster. There are some used tires out of him that we'll have to deal with, but generally nothing too serious. Well, Mourinho, please push. We need Bolo to get second to win Constructors. Yep. Slominton, mechanical fault. That's not good for Mercedes here on the restart. Slominton picking up a problem immediately. And as these cars are running this closer, we could still see more problems. Chiefs takes fastest lap. And Mortel. What have you done, Mortel?
It's the Haas that's affected there. Okay, so heading into turn 1 here. Oh, and that's a pretty big impact there. That will have knocked their
Mortel
balance, I'm sure.
has locked up and eaten the wall.
And clearly they're not what everyone in the garage would have wanted to see.
Mortel has eaten the wall here. Half a front wing remaining. Tires are gone. Pit lane is going to be next up. No safety car. No nothing. And with that, Chief is now left exposed to both Alpine Cinema and Bolo Molo. And with him being out right now, outside of the points, Constructors goes the way of RB. Because of, I believe, the second driver more so than anything else. Mercedes second, Haas third. They do need Bolo Molo here to... sorry, not Bolo Molo. They do need Mortel to get back into the points there to take the Constructors. And right now, that is not happening. Chief and Alpine Cinema are running basically back-to-back here. We could still have more incidents. 22 laps to go. 22 laps of potential drama. And Mortel has stayed out. He really should just get in the pit lane, get fresh front wing, get everything fixed. But that has not happened as things are right now. And we even have Alpine in the points. How is this one gonna end? Chief could actually win out here purely due to the fact that he does have hard tires that will last a little bit better than Alpine Cinema's tires. Alpine Cinema needs to get by and create a gap. Well, yesterday. I needed you to be there. Constructors secured? Maybe. We shall see. Hotel 8 floof? Maybe. Maybe. Nothing is secured into checker flag. Indeed. We do have Mike in the points at the moment, but that is a bad place for Mike to be because Mike in the points equals Mikecident. As Mike actually improves his points. But yeah, top 3 are running basically within a second of each other. And all of them trying to take this championship win, really. It is going to be close. Could we see Alpine Cinema and Bolo take each other out? Could we see another safety car to shake things up? I don't know. But they are getting away as things stand. And that is a bit of a problem. Alpine Cinema moves up into first. Excuse me again. The hiccups just aren't stopping as it turns out. Edster could actually do something here, simply due to the fact that he will have tire advantage towards the end. He just needs to get by the Williams here. Mike now up into 8th place. The Alpine is coming alive at the final race of the season. Moving up the order, as it were. Chief right now, defending Alpine Cinema. But it won't matter, because he does need 10 more points to go his way. And that is by dropping Molo Bolo down a little bit further. So yeah. Need Bolo to drop a couple of positions. We've had Williams on Williams violence. Edster moves through. Edster could shake this whole thing up.
The cars coming together right.
Williams have crashed into each other, and both Williams have picked up damage. Edster now 4 seconds to cars ahead. Superior tire management. And battles ahead is going to allow Aston to become a bit of a torpedo in this. Mike 2 is going to get a couple of freebie slots there. Goes by Living Duck, who is just straight up in trouble here, needs to pit. Ortel even has a slow pit stop, and they did in fact replace the front wing, but it took them forever. Soft tires till the end is going to be the play there. And Living Duck is just holding up the bottom half of the grid here. Fastest lap goes the way of Edster. He's just 2 seconds off the top 3 now. And it is spicing up right now. If Edster pushes Bolo down 1 place, that won't be enough. It still needs to be 1 more. He ran wide a little bit, but he's still gaining on them. Bolo could steal DNF, yes. I would say top 3 collide Williams constructors. Did you make it happen? Edster, please torpedo Bolo. Yeah, Edster is coming. And he's looking for blood. Oh, we see Dub with another incident. The Williams have completely floundered here with a spin. Oh, it's a second Williams have hit the... It's the second William. The Williams had crashed again within just a couple of laps of each other after both pitted. You can't make this stuff up. What is happening? Williams have indeed crumbled completely under pressure. Edster is getting within the DRS of the cars ahead. Both of them are managing, and if Cinema can't catch Chief, he's definitely not winning. He needs to win here. Second is not good enough. Bolo now. Oh, thinks better of it. Place is safe. David in the points. Up to 5th now. Overtakes the Alpine and Mourinho. Mourinho doesn't need to do too much here for the RB to win the championship. And I believe as it stands, they do have that covered. Either driver just needs to hold where they are, and RB will be very, very happy. Mercedes needs to find 13 points somewhere from winning. Basically here. I don't think Slowminton, unfortunately, has it in him to score a lot of points there, unless we have more mayhem up ahead. Bolo, this time, things also better of it. They're just playing chicken right now. 13 laps to go. 13 opportunities to send it. What was the gap going into the race? AFN need to win. Bolo needs to crash, basically. So it's still pretty bad. But yeah, right now, Edster is not really gaining anymore. The Dirtier not really helping him in the corner sections. Mike and David are squabbling. Coconaldo and Mourinho are squabbling. The Red Bulls are squabbling. We can see there's a lot of potential here for mayhem. Just one lockup is all that is needed for us to get a safety car finish to this. It might all be decided in the pit lane, if unlucky, as Alpine Cinema has caught back up to Chief. 12 laps remaining. That's going to keep him safe, but he needs to get the overtake done. And he also needs Edster to wake up. Fortunately, Edster's not really doing enough right now. Needs to be said. Dub in the pit lane. Time to get a new front wing again. Ortel completely out of it. Can't really get anything done here. Hasselhoff doing so well until the crash. And right now, it's just a question of who's going to be the bravest on the brakes. Who is going to be the best at managing their tires and get that edge they need as we go towards the end of this race. Cinema following closely right now. Bolo also following closely. Are we going to see a double overtake? Just the one. Cinema gets some freedom. And Chief can be used as a defensive emplacement right now. And if it stands as it is, Bolo takes the championship, but Mercedes takes the constructor by a single point. If everything remains as is, Mercedes could take it away from them with a single point. And even then, Slowminton could also get involved here. Mourinho is in the DRS lane for 5th, but doesn't really have the tires to fight. We are getting a grandstand finish in one way or the other, either for constructors or drivers. For Bolo, 2nd place is going to mean both titles. 3rd place as it stands It's going to mean just the one. 10 laps to go. 10 laps to decide who ends where. I need Bolo to die. WebMD with a lockup. The Williams pain continues there. Look how close the top 3 are running. Whoever's running in first has an advantage. More heat into the opponent's tires. More dirty air to contend with. Hotter engines. Higher chance of getting problems with the components, basically. And Mourinho is trying. Can't get it done, though. Poconaldo is getting involved in this. If Mourinho loses their position, that is going to be terrible for the RB team. Slowminton needs to get by Colapinto yesterday. He's lost a position. 7 laps to go. This could end under a safety car if we aren't careful. Mike and Sauber here, squabbling. Back and forth. Mourinho, still 7th. Chief is currently dropping away, and that is not something Alpine Cinema needs. Cinema needs to protect Chief if they want to get anything out of this championship. If they want to get anything out of this championship, they need Chief to defend them, but they can't allow Chief to get too close, because if Chief overtakes them, then it's also gone. This is actually a pretty close fight there, all things considered. 6 laps to go. We're getting closer and closer till the end here. To Alpine Cinema's claims of he needs Bolo to die, Bolo has responded, that's a little bit unsportsmanlike, wouldn't you say? But right now, Alpine Cinema might have dug his own grave, because Bolo moves up to 2nd. And with that, RB now has both championships in hand. Chief needs to be allowed to get back and get the overtake done, or it's a done deal at the moment. I'm gonna be a constructive motion. No. Bolo has broken the arrest of the car behind. That is not good for Alpine Cinema. And as things stand, Bolo is our champion. RB is our constructors winners. Mercedes needs 9th from Slowminton, who can't get by Colapinto. Floof right now is helping to decide the championship after he went to bed. In classic Floof fashion, he is a catalyst for who wins or loses when he's not present. Can Molobolo absolutely make sure that they win here by overtaking Alpine? Can Mourinho improve their position by getting Mike and guaranteeing that even if Bolo loses 2nd and falls down to 3rd, they are secured? The Sauber and the Alpine head have been squabbling for a while, and it just isn't ending right now. I'm gonna be a constructor merchant? Yeah, you are, Irfan, you are. Crucify, don't jinx it. You could have Bolo lock up. We've seen it happen before when you jinxed the Williams teams twice. I can't believe Vicar punted us, gave us a penalty, still won. We shall see. 3 laps to go here. Top 3 seems to be settled. Edster sneaking a 4th place finish in double points was not something I expected, but it seems like it will happen. Petrov could get a puncture here, could cause some problems. Have been driving basically the entire race without a front wing, in classic Ferrari style. Mortel locked up, unfortunately for Haas. Sealed their fate a little bit. But that is just how it be sometimes. And Mike and David have not given up on this fight and could still cause some problems. Although any sort of virtual safety car, red flag right now is not going to change anything. So I think we have our winner. I think we are going to be seeing RB pull off the driver and constructor's title, and Alpine while trying is unfortunately going to secure another second place in this championship. Final lap is underway. Let's see if anything happens here. Mourinho goes up to 6th temporarily, trying to give the RBs a little bit more of a fighting chance. If he crashes out, however, that would be 16 points changing. That would be enough to get Mercedes the title. So Mourinho here really should just be told, stay where you are, don't cause a problem. Couple of final corners now are coming up here. Petrov has picked up a puncture. Not really going to change anything at this stage. Alpine wins here. Polo takes second. And with that, secures both titles here for RB. Chief gets third. Esther takes fourth. David scores a 5th place finish. Mike finally scores points in the final race of the season. Mourinho helps secure RB's title with a 7th place finish here. Coconaldo 8. Then we have both RBs as our 9th and 10th place finisher. Tess tried the best they could. 11th. Colapinto 12th. Slominton unfortunately had a terrible qualifying performance here. It did cost Mercedes. Nance 14th. Living Duck 15th here. Petrov is trying to drag that punctured old Ferrari over the line after being basically tortured this entire race. And Mortel unfortunately crashed out from a potential constructors win here for Haas. It is a shame, but bad luck does happen. It's going to secure 16th though ahead of the Ferrari, I would think. Nope, didn't actually manage to get the Ferrari either. Dub ends up last year after the Williams double civil war. And with that, the season 6 here has completed.
The RB driver with a momentous championship win. What a season they've had.
They'll be soaking this moment up. It's their very first F1 title win.
Well, Karun, how do you think they'll be feeling in the team garage at the end of that?
Big congratulations to RB, to Christify, to Bolo, and to Mourinho for taking the championship title here. Congratulations.
You have to be there to support them.
And from our
Thank you
team
for following
at
that noodle.
Sao Paulo,
Appreciate it.
A big thank you for joining us this weekend.
And that's it for this season of Formula One. The teams will be working hard in the break, gearing up for another year of thrilling F1 action.
Yeah, with that, we do see a couple of drivers really improving this race. Coconaldo, David, Mike, and Edster improving a whole lot of positions. And with that, the Drivers' Championship here. Bolo takes the win with a new, I believe, record point scoring finish of 146. Cinema here did also beat the most points scored by a single driver over the course of the season, but ends up second, unfortunately. Master Chief scores a 3rd place finish here, very respectable with a couple race wins, some podiums. Slominton, unfortunately, did not really have the greatest seasons here, which ultimately hurt Mercedes a bit. Edster dragged what is basically just a jet engine strapped to a car to 5th, while being unable to turn it. That's actually impressive for a couple of reasons. Mourinho helped RB secure that title. Mortel, unfortunately, didn't have the best finishing race here, but still did deliver a good performance. Coconaldo scored a couple of podiums. Fortunately, that wasn't enough for Ferrari. Podiums was basically the main source of points, as it turns out. Jockey here, similar position. David with a really good final race of the season, more than double his points. Mascherino and Dean Van der Ven has just been generally screwed over by the Red Bull team at every opportunity. Petrov, not really the return to championship form we expected here. Ferrari also didn't have the best time in their car. Tragedy lived up to their name. Got some penalties, received some penalties for others. Kyle, not the best season either, honestly, for all of these guys. Maldonado, McLaren car didn't really help them. The crashes didn't really help them. Tess was unfortunately unable to get as much performance out of the Aston Martin as their teammate, but did manage, however, to score a podium in it at Vegas, so that is not bad. And Mike here, with no points before today, has managed to score 16, more than 4 times the amount, well, 4 times the amount of his teammate, as it turned out. And Floof has once again got the questionable honor of finishing last in a championship, which is actually kind of funny, but it is what it is. Molobolo is season 6 champion. RB is season 6 constructors. Mercedes gave them an honorable fight all the way till the end. Same can be said for Haas. Unfortunately, one of their drivers let both teams down a little bit here, but it is what happened. Aston Martin somehow ended 4th this season, and Alpine and McLaren ended equal on points, but McLaren has a podium, which pushes them up into 9th. So with that said, I believe that is the end of this. In terms of fast pit stops here, Mercedes did win that. Alpine comes second, Ferrari takes 3rd place, and neither Aston or Red Bull scored a single point in the pit stop championship. But that is what it is. Has to take the championship lead? Yes, indeed. Tess helped me up in Netherlands, cost me 7 points. Jedi also got held up by testing qualifying. Could have had a win. Cosby is already shuffling blame. Sorry, not Cosby. A fan is already shuffling blame as to why he failed this season. Got dominated by under the radar Esther, indeed. Tess cost me the championship. Damn, I'm not getting my retirement this season. Seems like Canibia can't be happy without winning. I am seemingly seeing another season of CP. Stupid Martin. This season, everyone did score points, yes. Time to make an immediate statement for the RPG. Meet you guys in Discord. Sounds good. I'm a runner-up merchant. You're not wrong, AFN. That is unfortunately your life right now. That is unfortunately your life. And I paid 20 million for those 2 points. Yeah, Daniel, that is unfortunate for you. Unfortunately, McLaren did not have a good season. I literally had runner-up like 3 times. Yeah, you're not wrong. You are the runner-up merchant. You are the bridesmaid. Maybe that is what I should make your new Discord role. Bridesmaid. I'm the greatest driver to never win a championship. Yeah. I would say Floof is up for Alpine finishing 10th. Yes, true. True. But with that, the season has ended. RB wins the title. Driver Championship is here. And honestly, I might as well just post this page into RPG so we can get a good look at the top 3. Good look at RB winning the title. Apparently this is Christopher right here. But with that, this stream is over. And the next season will probably be set up this weekend. And as I mentioned, the plan going forwards will be to split the season into 2 weekends. The first weekend will be F2, second, first division, that sort of thing. And we might end up having everyone go through F2, depending on how many signups we get. And those who go through to F1 for free are going to be drawn by random. I think that is fair to everyone involved. And F2, equal cars, no driver traits, just straight up drivers within the points total. And then you can add traits to your driver after F2. That's going to be the plan there. Just to make life a little bit easier for everyone. But I'll talk about that in Discord. If you are interested in joining this in future, join the Discord and look out for, or basically just scroll down to Driver Championship. You'll find all the information there. Rule set will be updated for Season 7. We might start with the F2 this weekend or the next, I'm not sure. But we shall see how things go. Can I join F2 and be a TP if I don't go through? Potentially, yes. I would think. I don't think there's anything wrong with that because TPs won't have anything to do until F2 is over anyways. But I'll have to think about that, Racing, and figure it out. I haven't actually thought about that question yet. But again, congratulations to RB, to Christy, to our winners, Molobolo, to Motel. No, not Motel. Mateus Mourinho. I'm getting a little bit tired, as you probably realize, as I'm stumbling over everyone's names again. It's starting to become a staple. But yeah, congratulations to everyone. A good fight here from both Mercedes and Haas. And Aston definitely beat expectations, let's be honest about that. I'll post driver and car development in the Discord, Christify, once I get that sorted. So that'll be coming probably within half an hour or so, is what I'm planning. That way everyone can have a look at it. You don't need to go to the stream to find it. And it is going to allow for people to see what has actually happened with the drivers and with the staff, so to speak. But yeah, thank you all very much for watching. Thank you all very much for participating. Like and subscribe if you haven't already. Any engagement on my channel helps me out a ton. And I will see you next time. Bye bye.